If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. You are listening to the MAURA series. This is episode 87, Cracking the Case. We are examining a plethora of new information, leaked and otherwise, in the MAURA case. It's actually absolutely mind-shocking how much new information has been brought forth by one or two or three users on Reddit and other social media regarding this case and regarding potentially critical puzzle pieces. Obviously, this is the longest-running Mindshock True Crime series. Make sure you check out the previous episodes. I am actually going to attempt to go over all of the new information in this one, so it might be a long one, but strap yourselves in, people. We're going to try to really go over absolutely everything here and see how it all fits together in typical Mindshock fashion with logic and reason at the forefront. As always, if you find the podcast interesting and informative, want to help support the podcast, help keep up awareness in cold cases, missing persons cases, wrongful convictions, and more, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. Alright, so I don't even really know where to begin here. This episode will potentially have the most mind shocks out of any of them. Let's start with Domino's Pizza and more information on what was revealed early on. From a Reddit thread here, there are a few people left in Amherst that personally knew her. A friend of mine works with a guy at Domino's that was investigated back then because she used to frequently call him using the Domino's line prior to her disappearance. So this is, again, we have no idea who these random people are on Reddit making these comments. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not true. Now, obviously, the phone log does show strange calls to Domino's supposedly well after closing time. Now, according to this individual, this guy was actually investigated by police, which is interesting. And the statement is that she didn't call Domino's in general. She was specifically calling him. That's kind of weird. That's kind of weird. So other people also posted that they saw this guy's name written in her contact book. And apparently the contact book was made public at one point, and now apparently nobody knows where to find it. Now, is this the same guy that apparently had a YouTube channel and was also a mechanic? Because that would be curious. That would be curious. Some people believe there's some kind of drug activity connected to the Domino's. Others still believe that MAURA's Saturn, which, by the way, Black Saturns, that was the #1 drug courier vehicle in those years, and also one of the top stolen vehicles in those years. Which is curious, because a lot of the coincidence theorists, the devout, faith-based, dogmatic, brainless goofs who maintain that it had to be her driving the car. How does anybody know the car wasn't even stolen? I mean, that's one of the top stolen vehicles, one of the top drug courier vehicles, and everybody just hallucinates it had to have been her in the vehicle? I mean, quite silly, of course. The desperate narrative steerers cling to that one very, very religiously. Now, let's, since we mentioned the Saturn, again, we've talked about this many, many times. Was the Saturn involved with Petrit Vasi and his hit and run, regardless of whether or not it was MAURA behind the wheel? Because if somebody's borrowing her vehicle, Maybe this guy at Domino's. Who knows? So there was an interesting individual. A lot of these people on Reddit keep getting their accounts either deleted or delete their own accounts. I mean, it's quite tough. But there is an article here. I do not see a source of the newspaper or date, but obviously it was very close to the time here. Accident victim stable. A University of Massachusetts student who was the victim of an apparent hit-and-run accident early Friday morning, so this was within days, was listed in stable condition at Bay State Medical Center this morning. Petrit Vasi, 22, of Dorchester, was found by police lying unconscious in the snow at the corner of Triangle and Mattoon Streets at 12:20 a.m. He had previously been listed in critical condition. He has sustained significant head injuries in the accident, police said. An investigation of the accident is continuing, and police requested that anyone with information call the Detective Bureau. Over the weekend, police searched Vasi's room at UMass and found a gun in a closet, police said. Wow. This is curious. So, some people believe Petrit Vasi, the Albanian, is somehow involved with Iranians. Now, this is kind of weird because apparently some people, it was earlier reported that Petrit Vasi had an off-campus apartment by the same circle of Iranians who were involved with the repair shops and such in the area of the Iranian community. So, that's curious. So, did he also have a room at UMass in addition to a different apartment? Because if he is involved in drugs or whatever and he has a gun, is that gun his? Does he have a roommate? Does he have more than one place where he's staying? Similar questions for MAURA Murray. This off-campus apartment where supposedly there's a lot of parties and track teammates staying there. I mean, it's absolutely insane. The coincidence stack is stratospheric. Again, UMass, also known as ZooMass, with literally thousands and thousands of students. So it is quite curious that single digits overlap in the case here. Obviously, the coincidence theorists will continue to completely ignore all of that. So, what does this mean that this guy who was the victim of a hit and run possibly had a gun or his roommate had a gun? So, again, this dorm, Kennedy Hall, one of the largest drug busts in history, if not the largest at UMass. Is there DEA activity? Does it intersect with Iranians, auto shops, used car dealers in the UMass area? This Domino's connection with drugs? Does it also intersect in Haverhill with that vehicle with DEA plates? I mean, all U.S. Marshal activity in Haverhill. Obviously, the coincidence theorists want to pretend and hallucinate that never happened. There's all this DEA activity at both UMass and in Haverhill, this little hamlet in the middle of nowhere, New Hampshire, only on that particular night. And nobody finds that strange, I guess. I mean, all the steerers, the goofs, the obfuscators, the coincidence theorists, they don't find that strange at all. Why are there no other missing persons cases where there's, or at least almost no others, unless there's some kind of CI or government agency activity? It doesn't seem like other regular cases where people go missing, there's this level of not just coincidence stack a mile high, but a coincidence stack specifically involving the DEA, drug busts at a dorm, guys getting hit and runs and owning guns and being in a coma and then waking up somehow knowing that anything to do with MAURA Murray is far-fetched. The guy was in a freaking coma. How would he know what is or isn't far-fetched? How would he even know who MAURA is? Especially if he doesn't know her, how would he know if it was far-fetched? I mean, just this level of goofery. You don't see this in other cases. Very astute poster posted this. More importantly here, why are police searching his dorm room after he was in a hit and run? They did this right away after the Saturn was deemed a DWI walkaway also. Is there a connection between the hit and run, the Hadley crash, the Saturn in Haverhill that caused UMPD to instantly search 2 dorm rooms for MAURA and Vasi? I say instantly only because neither Vasi nor MAURA could approve of this privacy violation. Yes, campus police has a certain dominion over dorm halls, but not checking personal computer information and a closet in Vasi's room. That's a good point. How many hit-and-run victims have their room searched by police? I mean, that's kind of weird. I mean, is he accused of a crime here? He's a victim of a hit-and-run, unless the police know way more. Same thing with Maura Murray. If you walk away from a DUI, how many college students that have walked away from a DUI, how many of them have had their rooms completely searched and their computer information gone through? Just a question, especially in 2004. Does anybody know the answer to that question? Are the coincidence theorists going to stick their head in the sand at that question? Also, why would they even write that? I mean, it is kind of weird. Why would it even be disclosed that not only did they search his room, but they found a gun? I mean, even if they did, why would that be disclosed to the newspaper? Some people postulate if he's not involved in crime himself, did he have a gun because he felt threatened by somebody else and the gun was for defense? Another interesting post here. If Vasi was a CI, then police probably figured that the hit was intentional. There were like 6 officers that saw Vasi walk away from the bar completely expletive-faced. They never stopped him. Did someone set him up to be so drunk that he could easily be hit by a car? Plus, police would know if Vasi had a gun if he was a CI, and they would want to go check or get it before anybody else did. But then it makes no sense to put it in the public newspaper. Unless the reporter somehow got that info unofficially and leaked it without permission from the police. Yeah, I mean, nothing really makes sense here. I mean, nothing makes sense. Not the Petrit Vasi hit and run, not the Hadley accident, not the staged scene at Haverhill, not the ATM video, not anything surrounding UMass. I mean, a better question is there anything in this case that does make sense? Another post here. What easier way to get rid of CIs who were ratting out criminals? An accident, perhaps, like UMass student Eric Sinakori in 2013, who was a known UMass police CI, was ratted out and found dead soon after from a, in quotations, accidental overdose. It reminds me of a Dave Chappelle skit where cops beat a black man to death, then sprinkle crack dust all over him before they leave the scene. Oh, expletive, just another sad overdose like Vasi. Oh, just another expletive-faced drunk who wandered into the road. Easier to believe. Also, there was so many hit and runs. It was between 5 and 7 hit and runs within a year. I mean, that's kind of an unusual number compared to other years, apparently. I mean, what's the average hit? I mean, there's probably at least one, right? But what is the average hit and runs in that area? Do they really have that many every single year? And if they do, that would actually make it even less suspicious if somebody intentionally hit Vasi, because there's so many hit and runs anyway. Why would somebody assume that that wasn't a hit and run if there are so many? A few more posts here. Southwest dorm area was like the Wild West with crime. I'm surprised, actually, that hardly no one ever thought that the Saturn had been hijacked or stolen from UMass. Shocking with all the massive other crime there. Usually, many like to call out police conspiracists if anyone questions police actions or words. I'd rather say whatever it involves requires them to cover things up for their own reasons, which may not be nefarious at all. But the public wouldn't be able to know if this is all covered up. There could be many angles that would need to be hush-hush over. They constantly say that they could be a future prosecution, which may be true on their part, or it all could involve parts and pieces that the public should never have any idea of. But these things all have to remain on the table, in my opinion. It's similar to, let's say, the CIA has an undercover op very deep in Turkey. They are found out and held for a deal or just killed. If the government acknowledges that they had spies deep in Turkey, they are admitting to a crime. Or they are quiet, tell their families they died in an accident overseas, and hope it all just goes away. There are countless cases of this happening, and it's not just for high-up government agencies. It can happen in local government too. In the New York case of Heidi Allen, who was a very young CI, a local cop dropped all her info in a parking lot. The criminals found out she was a narc. She was never seen again. The police arrested a few guys, but never acknowledged she was a CI until a person came forward in court, where under oath they had to admit it. It would have remained a secret from the public. The lawyers wanted to say there was negligence in part of her disappearance as a CI with this exposed info, which eventually brought harm to Heidi. That's just one example of how undercover information in the wrong hands can lead to severe danger for a CI, and also to cops not wanting to expose their operations to criminals. It's a dangerous balancing act, especially when lives are lost. And you know what's really insane about all this? All the clueless goof coincidence theorists who say, oh no, there's no chance Maura was a CI and met her fate because of some kind of CI situation, when the very university she goes to had exactly that happen in at least one other situation. I think there was actually one or two other CIs. I don't know if they were actually students, but they were involved in the UMass area. So it's weird that these clueless coincidence theorists maintain that it's an impossibility. It's far-fetched, or whatever goofery they call it. Yet the exact same thing happened at this exact same university. So it's a weird thing. Like, if this was at another university where this actually hadn't happened prior or since, it would still be a possibility, of course, but at least there'd be some kind of ground to stand on. We're saying, oh, that doesn't seem likely, etc., etc. Obviously, you don't have the information required to determine whether it is more or less likely than something else, but, whatever. Goofs aren't logical, which is the whole reason they're Dunning-Kruger goofs. But anyway, continuing on here, I mean, this is all just really, really crazy. If MAURA is a CI, it certainly explains a lot more than if she is not, regarding all the issues at UMass. Now, again, that doesn't mean she is. But why is Karen Mayotte's report from the Thursday night breakdown, which supposedly is not directly related to her going missing, because she's still out and about, everybody sees her until either Sunday or Monday, whatever, we're not going down those rabbit holes at the moment, but she's around for days after her father sees her, etc., and yet it's getting the Area 51 treatment. Now, if she's a CI and something happened Thursday night relating to that, and there's some information in Karen Mayotte's police statement regarding the CI situation, then obviously they would not allow that to be made public. And we're actually about to get into a whole bunch of leaks, which is also going to be very, very crazy. Let's move on to the track situation first, because we do have a lot to go over. So here's another post by user since deleted. If this is who I think it is, they've been bringing a lot of good information here. An older article discussing issues between MAURA's UMass track coach and MAURA's track mate MC. This is the track mate MAURA spoke to on the phone Saturday evening, February 7th, 2004. MAURA also had an injury and did not return. Just interesting to wonder what else was going on within that team. Lafreniere took away Callahan's $1,000 partial scholarship after her junior year because, according to Callahan, she felt that Callahan was not in shape and she hadn't competed at all. However, Callahan claims that Lafreniere told her to take time off after the first semester of her junior year in 2004. Then took her scholarship away because she had taken the time off that Lafreniere instructed her to. Quote, she kept me out of competition, then told me to take time off, Callahan said, and when I came back, she took my scholarship away because I hadn't competed and I took time off. When she took the scholarship away, she could have given at least some chance to redeem myself, but there was none. End quote, Callahan said. That's kind of messed up, if that's true. While Callahan believes that Lafreniere treated the African-American athletes noticeably worse than the other athletes, she also feels that Lafreniere feels a need to control the athletes on her team. Lafreniere likes to control everyone that she can, Callahan said, and people she can't control, she goes out of her way to find a way to control them. And usually scholarships are the best way to control people. Wow. This is a very, very crazy article. Now, was this really who MAURA called? Supposedly it was. And this was all in the Daily Collegian. This is an article by Rob Greenfield, May 11, 2007. Opinions clash on merit of former athletes' allegations. An interesting post here. We can agree that MAURA was no longer on the track team. She no longer had a track scholarship, and therefore it's much more likely that Fred was bringing her $4,000 to pay tuition, room, and board and not buy a new car that she didn't need. I mean, I don't know. Isn't that paid for by check or other means? And MAURA supposedly had an academic scholarship. Some people are alleging that the Springfield phone number is Callahan's. But who knows? Supposedly, Bill Roush also has a call to a Springfield, Massachusetts number. What is in Springfield, Massachusetts? A lot of curiosities. A lot of curiosities. So I actually asked Julie Murray on her TikTok if MAURA was staying in her dorm room in the days leading up to this appearance. Julie Murray responded, "I've thought this as well, but all indications are that she was doing her homework, computer work, from her desktop in that room, sometimes super late." All right, well, let's not fall for false dichotomies here, because indications. So if there really is like a lot of very specific course load work for MAURA's specific classes, did she actually do that in her room? And not necessarily every day, but were there nights that she didn't stay in her own dorm room, particularly, let's say, the last couple days? I mean, was there evidence that she was doing homework on the Friday and the Saturday night, or even the Thursday, or just before that? And what is this connection to this other apartment? So here's some more conversations from Reddit between me and a few other users regarding Hussein Bagdadi, someone who many feel is not looked at close enough. I tend to read as much info as there is on the MAURA case, but do not like to comment on anything as this is a rough community. Kudos to you and your team for sticking it out. I don't see as much discussion about Haas as I would like, so recently commented on a post in the Mindshock sub asking about Haas. Perhaps the community hasn't really thought to look into him much since JR said he seemed the most truthful. However, let's not forget he initially said positive things about Bill Roush in the beginning, and has since found out evidence to the contrary with Bill Roush's recent legal troubles. I re-listened to your episodes a lot, and recently your earlier ones about persons of interest in POI Part 3, starting at an hour 6 minutes about, you guys start to talk about Haas and some of JR's blog writing on him. I'd like to make mention that if we are to go down the rabbit hole that Bill Roush could have been involved, it would make sense to me that we would need to do the same with Haas. I know that this is third-hand info that can't be verified since it was a conversation between JR and Haas. However, I really would like to know your thoughts on this POI. At this part of your episode, you mentioned the following from JR that I would like to draw attention to. Haas said MAURA Murray talked about taking a vacation to the White Mountains to hike and fly fish. MAURA visited Haas in the summer of '03 and stayed with him for a bit, and shortly thereafter fell off the face of the earth and stopped replying to Haas's calls and or emails. Upon return to UMass in the fall of '03, she told Haas that she was back together with Bill Roush. Haas said she was promiscuous and had slept with other track team members. Haas got impression from MAURA Murray that Fred was dead. MAURA Murray was not on speaking terms with Julie or her mother, Lori. I actually don't even recall that. Haas said that MAURA was not on speaking terms with Julie. Haas's connection to the UMass outing cabin wanted to keep their relationship on the down low since he was coach, even though at the time she was not active on the track team. Haas got the impression that Billy Roush was abusive, said she talked about running away, probably Mexico. Haas described her as a bubbly girl I fell for, which implies he did have strong feelings for her and perhaps more than just a hookup. Was Haas a jilted ex-boyfriend? Perhaps their relationship was closer than initially thought based on her staying with him the summer of '03. I know Aaron Larkin's theory on MAURA Murray being in New Hampshire to pay an old speeding ticket has had people assume that she was there that summer and got the speeding ticket driving Billy to the airport. Was she seeing both of them at the same time? I hope this is coherent. As mentioned, I do not tend to comment on Reddit, so I hope the aforementioned thought process makes sense. Two more things I forgot to mention. JR mentioned that Haas stopped responding to him. If Kate Maropoulos did say I don't want to get MAURA into trouble. That might make sense if MAURA was going away with Haas, or if Haas made it look like him and MAURA were meeting in New Hampshire, wouldn't want to get her into trouble with Bill Rausch. Huh. I mean, those are good questions. We did go over Haas, and apparently there is something weird going on with him, and he's also into biochem and all of these things that Alden Olson thought there were connections with in the MAURA Murray case. Yeah, those are really good questions regarding that timeline. And what else is going on with the track team? I mean, the accounts with the track team, everything from Maropoulos to Aaron Larkin to meetings that did or didn't occur regarding MAURA, what exactly was said, and any other missing persons case, you have fellow teammates or former teammates all over the media doing countless interviews to bring attention to the missing persons case, the coach, everything. In this case, it's cricket from silent UMass. It's just very, very strange. I mean, there's no CCTV from UMass, even though they did have security cameras in all the lobby and common areas and the parking lot. So clearly, the amount of information required to piece all of this together actually does seem to exist. It just hasn't been released, like the mysterious liquor store footage, which MAURA Murray may or may not be on, and may or may not be alone, if she is even on it. Lot of problems there. I'm going to go over a couple more Reddit posts here regarding the timeline with the track team, how they found out MAURA was even missing, and why there's so much incongruity here. I can't shake the thought that something happened in eastern New Hampshire, since there's info pointing over there. Like a lot of us, I'm all over the place. I don't know how Bretton Woods plays in here, but I don't know why anyone would take the Kank versus the highway, which would be safer and quicker, but I'm not from the area. Who's in Conway at the hotel? Did Aaron Larkin get injured from skiing, or something else? Why is there a discrepancy in when Kate Maropoulos and Aaron Larkin and the rest of the track team found out she was missing on a bus versus a discussion with the coach earlier? Does it make sense police would be on a bus asking questions? No, it does not. Coach needed money, needed a new facility. Why does it seem there could be so many after MAURA? And MAURA never told anyone anything, not even her dad or sister, that she was worried about anything. Great point. Very bizarre. I can't really picture that. Why would law enforcement wait until the team was on a bus headed to a track meet to start questioning some or all of the team? Especially if the coach, Kate, and Aaron found out days earlier, Wednesday, in the coach's office about MAURA. That's kind of weird. So they told some of the team, but not others? It's so weird. Billy Rausch called Kate Maropoulos Tuesday evening for 6 minutes, allegedly, to give her a heads up about the Saturn, in which Kate then told the track coach the following Wednesday with Aaron Larkin listening in. What is this story with the police on a bus? In 2016, supposedly James Renner wrote a post on More Thoughts on Kate, and it is mentioned that Kate found out about MAURA going missing on Saturday from law enforcement, assuming UMPD. Something about getting on the bus before a track meet. Now, conversely, in True Crime Addict, pages 111, 112, after MAURA went missing, nobody told the track team for a while. Nast heard a rumor that something bad happened but didn't know what. Kate had vanished too. She'd stopped coming to practice. About a week later, they were told MAURA had disappeared in New Hampshire. Investigators showed up at practice. Don't mind them, the coach said. Just answer their questions truthfully. So, what is that, like 3 different stories? So there's a meeting. So did Bill Rausch tell Kate, if Kate didn't already know? Did Kate tell the coach? And then Kate told the coach with Aaron Larkin present in the coach's office Wednesday. Then on Saturday, did the police show up to their practice or get on a bus while they were going to a meet? And was that going to make them late for the meet? That's a weird time to start asking or informing the track. I mean, none of this makes any sense. That's kind of weird. Huh. And supposedly UMPD told the nursing class Friday the 13th. Yeah, this is really weird. This is really weird. Another post here. I thought because Kate said she didn't know MAURA was missing until Saturday, but it was later discovered about the police visit. We had questioned the story because of the Wednesday meeting disclosed by Aaron Larkin. Did this info come from JF? This is something I read a while ago, but yeah, UMass, UMPD, Amherst PD, and I'll have to add Hadley PD because her crash was not handled correctly. Why wouldn't Hadley want to ensure a safe cleanup for the crash in terms of fire department? I'd say it starts in Amherst. Again, Karen, the supervisor, trying to get her to go to the mental health facility because she went there in the past. There was no 24-hour mental health facility, and Dunkin' Donuts was not open, ? Of course, MAURA went through the back door at her dorm with Karen. Did Karen lie to MAURA? I believe we are digging at the truth, but a truth so bad it must never be revealed, ? Was Alden Olson right? Was MAURA sold off for medical research? Strange goings on. I don't know if I would go immediately to that, but clearly something strange. So James Renner had a blog post June 13th, 2005. Last week, I spoke with one of MAURA's UMass teammates. I am keeping her name out of the discussion because she is one of many former teammates and is not necessarily the name her specifically. I will refer to her as MN. The team was told about MAURA's disappearance on a Saturday, February 14th, at a track meet. MN surmises that Coach Lafreniere learned of MAURA's disappearance via a phone call from Fred Murray on Friday the 13th. The team probably did not practice that Friday because they would have done only a short, light jog the day before competition. Thus, the coach would have been in her office more that day. However, MN believes the coach would have told the team as soon as possible in case anyone knew something. Or would she if there's other things going on? I mean, this is weird. Another really good find by an astute researcher here. This was the first time Aaron Larkin was on the Missing MAURA Murray podcast. Quote, she was injured that fall season, so she didn't go to practice or anything. And then she was supposed to come back that first week of February, and she didn't. So yet another coincidence. This is insane. So MAURA Murray, I think I might have mentioned this. I mean, my memory might be going the way of Maxwell's because there's so many details now in this case. But that would be another coincidental curiosity to add to the stratospheric pile. Is MAURA Murray supposed to come back on the track team the week she goes missing? And she has a phone. One of the last people she calls, if not the last, is a former teammate who is not on the team, and she's supposed to come back on the team. And then she's also hanging out with Kate Maropoulos, who's currently on the team, supposedly going missing for a while after her disappearance, though. I mean, this is all really weird. And so the more that one spends time looking not just at UMass, but the track team or former track team members and these off-campus apartments where parties were rumored to have taken place, it seems, including possibly the last known calls of MAURA Murray, it seems like a track teammate or a former track teammate really would know what's going on here. But Erin Larkin, on her first appearance on the Missing MAURA Murray podcast, said she was supposed to come back that first week of February, and she didn't. Regarding the nature of her injury, I heard it was her knee, but I'm not positive about that. I don't know exactly what the injury was. The talk I heard was between Kate and Julie, our coach, and they were trying to figure out, Julie more so, was trying to figure out when MAURA planned to come back, if she planned to come back. So apparently, Erin Larkin is claiming on the Missing MAURA Murray podcast, episode 33, that she heard Julie Lafreniere, the coach, and Kate Maropoulos talking about when MAURA Murray is planning to come back. And then she goes missing that very week. Huh. Another post here. If the coach found out per Erin Wednesday AM that there was a problem, then why is her team allegedly just finding out on Saturday with the police? Something said about just be honest? About what? Something's not making sense. I really think we are getting somewhere here. As an adult, would you not reach out to her family contact on record? Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, question mark. Really? What the hell? I'm sure her being missed spread through the team earlier than Saturday. But the plan make it look like she disappeared in New Hampshire. Yeah, the wording, just be honest, that almost implies, like, if there was no nefarious activity, you say, just make sure, just, answer all the questions if you know something, whatever. Just be honest implies that there's something to be dishonest about. Drug activity, something else. I mean, this is really weird. Maybe relationships within the team, or even maybe Hussein Bagdadi. What did Julie Lafreniere fear that they wouldn't want to be honest about? And did she have a reason for fearing that? I mean, this whole thing is just really weird. I mean, what does everybody make of this? John Green posted this on James Renner's blog, November 26, 2015. I have interviewed a coach of MAURA's at UMass, who I met through my own former track coach from when I was a competitive runner at a school in New England. MAURA's coach told me the following things, some of which bear on what those 7 honor board sessions might have been about. When the coach learned from MAURA that she was going to transfer to UMass, she knew who MAURA was because UMass had heavily recruited Julie. UMass had not recruited MAURA because, as her times show, by the time she was a senior in high school, she was simply not very good. Her stellar performances had come as a 15 and 16-year-old. Still, the UMass coach was happy that MAURA intended to be a walk-on on the UMass team and hoped that she would regain her form. As most coaches in most college sports will do, after she knew that MAURA was coming, she buttonholed the distance running coach from West Point at a meet, whom of course she knew, and asked how MAURA had been doing. The coach learned from this conversation that MAURA was actually thrown out due to alcohol-related offenses, including conduct during a broken-up party at a hotel off campus, for which the booze and hotel fare had been funded by a parent. This is the first time I'm reading of this. Wow, what a find here. That's interesting. So it's an alcohol-related offense? Subsequent to this interview, I corroborated this story to some degree. Specifically, I researched the West Point Honor Code, read articles about West Point expulsion and disciplinary cases, and talked to 2 former cadets. I determined that it is unlikely that either a single alcohol-related offense or a single shoplifting offense would get a cadet thrown out. In the words of one current Army officer and former West Point student, quote, "The Army invests a lot in cadets and there are only so many officers per year coming out with exclusive training. They do everything they can to get a cadet back on track," end quote. This includes mentorship programs and counseling. In many other cases, way worse conduct than stealing lipstick has not resulted in expulsion. Yeah, I mean, we've all heard stories of that. Thus, there was more than stealing lipstick involved in MAURA's expulsion, and drinking-related problems almost certainly were involved. This is, of course, very consistent with what we already know about MAURA, as highlighted by one of the least effective denial refutations in history. Mrs. Rausch's assertion that MAURA was fine with alcohol. She liked some Baileys in her morning coffee while visiting her boyfriend's parents, but nothing out of the ordinary or anything. Well, also, I mean, how much are you going to trust Sharon Rausch? Lastly, there is a program for cadets having trouble in which an upperclassman is assigned to mentor the cadet with problems. It would be interesting to find out if MAURA was in that program and perhaps talk to her upper-class mentor. Well, wasn't Bill Rausch the mentor? Or was there another one? So many conflicting stories. Also, we have no idea who this John Green fella is, so we don't know if any of this is true, but that is curious. That is curious indeed. So let's go to even more mind-shocking material. The one and only Armadillo Flats, almost single-handedly here pushing this case forward, has leaked many statements, supposedly all official. Let's look at them. A statement from none other than Kate Maropoulos, March 2nd, 2006. And obviously certain names redacted. First off, I'm so sorry I didn't get back to you sooner. I explained to Mrs. Murray when I spoke with her that I don't check my email often, and by the time I got back to it, AOL went ahead and deleted it. As far as difference, I don't remember a whole lot during that week. I didn't talk to her much and figured she was busy with school stuff and getting a little stressed out. The nursing program was pretty difficult as far as time went. What I mean is it required a lot of it. She had to go to the hospital for a few hours a day or a week. I don't remember how often. Academic problems, nothing I really knew of. She was not going to some classes more than usual. But I had done the same thing. Some weeks you just can't get motivated to go to class. Problems socially? Question mark. Nah. She was mildly antisocial. That's why we got along. We were perfectly happy just hanging out watching a movie. Heh, bottle rocket. She got me hooked on that one. It's funny. But we'd go out with some of the track and cross-country kids, too. Sarah Alfieri. So that goes to show, because a lot of people were saying that MAURA never even hung out with any of the track people, and track and UMass should never be looked at. Sarah Alfieri, I can't remember how to spell her last name, was around the last weekend I hung out with her. She goes to the College of St. Rose now. It's in Albany, New York. Last I knew. I haven't chatted with her since graduation, I think. So she did chat with her after MAURA's disappearance. That's curious. But not since graduation, which is not curious. That's relatively normal for many college graduates who aren't extremely close. Future. She talked about moving to Oklahoma to be with Bill and trying to get a nursing job down there, and that it would probably be hard since it's small town stuff down where he is, I guess. She wasn't thrilled with the idea of moving down there. She didn't seem to like it that well. She went to see him once a month, question mark. Just not her thing. She loves it up here. She likes the outdoors. Down there, it's just different, and the scenery can't match up north. Ha. But she accepted that it would probably just be until he was done with the army stuff, and then they can move, hopefully, back up here. Seeing anyone else, question mark? No way. She loved Bill. She thought he cheated on her with this girl that she used to be floor mates with. Wait, at UMass? Not sure if that turned up to be true or not, though. They seemed to get into some not-so-great fights, but would work it out eventually. Everyone fights, though, don't they? Question mark. Does this seem almost semi-coached to anybody? I mean, it's weird. It's like she is offering up information, but then she's also trying to slant it a particular way to make it not look bad toward Bill. That's kind of weird. The last week, it just seemed like she was really busy. And you know what else is curious? So this is in 2006. I wonder what Kate Maropoulos would say now that all of Bill's issues have come to light. And another question mark, is Aaron Larkin still pretending that James Renner made up all of these charges against Bill and there's no actual police reports and that nothing will ever get to trial? And wasn't she a witness at that very trial she said would never take place? Just interesting thoughts regarding Aaron Larkin. But anyway, continuing on here, that last week, it just seemed like she was really busy, didn't talk to her a whole lot, which is why I was excited to go out for a bite with her and her dad. Fred's a great guy and fun to hang out with, too. She was working as a security guard and just had a lot of work, like schoolwork. We went out to meet her dad and then met Sarah and some of their friends in Sarah's room, I think. Wait a second. Wait. So Sarah says she can't remember anything. Supposedly there's nobody in the dorm room. But Kate Maropoulos is saying here her dad met Sarah and some of their friends. So Sarah and MAURA's friends. So Sarah can't remember her own friends that were at the party. Their friends in Sarah's room, I think. We definitely had a bit to drink and eventually left to go our own ways. A couple of guys walked us back to our dorms and we went our separate ways since we live in different buildings. And they didn't seem at all pushy or overly flirty during the night, though. Just a bunch of people enjoying each other's company, laughing and all that. That night, I left the one guy that walked me back to my room at the door. He may have been disappointed, but I don't recall him being pushy and wanting to come up to my room with me at all. I assumed she did the same. We were both so tired and drunk. That's the best part, though. On campus, you can walk back to your bed quickly. I remember it was freezing outside. That is the only situation where she could possibly have been sexually assaulted, just because I didn't talk to her when she got upstairs to her room afterwards or see that she definitely went into her building. I don't think she would have been pregnant. She worked out so much and she was a tiny girl. Besides that, I don't think a baby could grow in her if it wanted to. Not that I'm a pro on pregnancy, but I also think she was on the pill. She was good at taking her pills. We compared vitamins sometimes. Ha, super cool kids we were. Question mark. I don't know why, but that just that statement just made me really sad for some reason. I can usually kind of check the emotions at the door, but just the phrasing of that and how, so we kind of forget sometimes these are college kids. And yeah, I mean, we're logically dissecting everything, but they were still college kids. And here she is talking about this even 2 years later, where she's, definitely more of an adult than a kid years prior. But still, I mean, wow, that one kind of got me. I know she loved that area where it appeared she was heading, I think, up in those mountains that her and her dad hiked up a lot. I saw pictures and she always looked so happy in them. If anything, it would be like a retreat for her to go up there. I feel like she would bring someone there or meet someone there that was special, not just anyone. Chat rooms I have no idea on. I know she read The Onion and was on Instant Messenger, but anyone on that campus not on Instant Messenger was different, haha. It's how you talk to everyone, especially your friends from high school that are way far away at other schools, but out of boredom too or procrastination, you were online there. That's interesting. So basically she's saying everyone's on IM, so Maura could have communicated with a whole lot of different people on IM, both at UMass and otherwise. I didn't know about that phone call until I was asked about it after she was gone. I hadn't talked to her since she left the party that night. Maybe on Sunday briefly. But it was a hello, goodbye, off to work sort of thing. Sarah had seen her because she had left something in Sarah's room. Her sunglasses, maybe, ? And stopped by her room to grab them before work. Was it her sunglasses or her phone? Wow, so here, Kate Maropoulos, in this statement, if it's legit, it seems to imply that she knows that Maura saw Sarah. And apparently, Kate Maropoulos did say that she had talked to Sarah Alfieri through graduation, but not after graduation. So that's curious. She doesn't remember it. She may have also seen Maura on Sunday briefly. Wow. I know a lot of so-called conspiracy theorists are going to latch onto that one. Some people believe something happened to Maura Sunday and not Monday. I'm trying to remember stuff for you. It's a bit hard. I don't think about it a lot because it's upsetting. It's not that I don't think of her. Just if I dwell on it often, I would be a pretty miserable person to be around, and since both of my jobs require me to be a people person, that would be bad. She was such a wonderful person. I just don't think she knew it all that much. I think that's why we got along. Some similar personality traits. Not the greatest self-esteem, liked to be active, like if I wanted someone to go running with at night, I knew she would go with me. I would never run on that campus alone if I could help it. Very creepy at night in certain places. That's telling. Loved coffee. We would laugh at how much of it we drank and how for the morning classes without coffee beforehand would just be bad news. Think Garfield comics. I don't know if I helped you at all to answer any questions that you have. My thinking has been a tad scattered, and I apologize for that too. If I was unclear about something or you have more questions, I'll give you somebody's email address. Since she checks hers frequently, she has the computer. It's redacted. Just make sure to put something in the subject line so she doesn't delete it. I send many apologies again for... Okay, so that's all there is in these screenshots. I mean, this is quite mind-shocking. So somebody redacted is talking to Kate, apparently. This looks like either emails or AOL messages or whatever. Yeah, and this is very, very, it seems kind of almost like an intimate look into both of them, which is why, I don't know, it's a little bit more emotional than some of the other stuff I've looked at here. I have to say, it got me a little bit. Also interesting that this potential sexual assault is being asked about back in 2006. And some people believe that this would be why she wanted to go to Fred's motel, but the stories don't match up because supposedly she wanted to go to the motel when they were still at the party at Sarah's. And they were trying to talk her out of it. Whereas Kate Maropoulos, allegedly, if this statement is legitimate, is saying that there were no problems and that they were walking back, and the only time a problem could have happened is after they had separated to go to their respective dorms with their male escort. So if something happened, it would have been after that. I mean, that's kind of weird. Others are alleging that if Bill was in the area and Bill confronted her at her dorm, she might have wanted to get away from Bill and go to her dad at the hotel. Especially if Bill has a friend or connections at UMPD. Again, just theories. I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. All the triggered goofs are going to come out of the woodwork for that one. So here's a very interesting post regarding the floor mate. The girl that MAURA used the credit card of was a few doors down from her, possible floor mate. Could this be a female Billy Roush tried to get with while visiting MAURA? Could one of them be getting revenge here in some odd way? Wow. That is actually really mind-shocking, because I have postulated from the very beginning something seems very wrong about that so-called sting operation. And if Billy Roush had a friend in law enforcement and he pulled strings to get them to run this sting op over a 2-digit credit card charge that might have not even been fraudulent, because if this so-called floor mate, if this was a pass-around credit card and she allowed people to use it, and MAURA used it, and then she wanted to say that MAURA wasn't allowed to use it, and somehow, either with Bill's help or otherwise, maybe she's the one with the connections with the PD, but they're running a sting op, an immediate sting op within hours. I mean, this is insane. And taking dorm room mugshots. I mean, none of this adds up. Another post here. Wouldn't be the first time 2 girls got in a fight over a guy. Maybe the answers are at Amherst. I mean, you know, if this is some situation where some girl got pissed, maybe it doesn't involve any kind of CI situation. Maybe it involves a girl got pissed who had friends that may or may not have been involved in drugs or crime, etc. A few other posts here. Does anyone else find it strange that Sarah Alfieri changed colleges after MAURA disappeared? I didn't know that until I read this. A response here. Yep, Sarah Alfieri was also asleep throughout the party and doesn't remember who all was there. Didn't search for her friend. Her cousin was part of the group of guys there. Sus. So also, as part of these leaks from Armadillo Flat, we have Karen Mayotte's statement. Or interview. This is not her under wraps, undisclosed police statement. This is another interview from a redacted individual. Date of report, March 9th, 2006. Karen Mayotte was interviewed via telephone relative to certain events that occurred days before MAURA's disappearance. I had the pleasure of speaking to Karen Mayotte. She was MAURA's supervisor and had known MAURA for about 1 year. She said MAURA was a loner and did not have much to do with anyone at the school and never saw her with any of the other students on campus, which is obvious. I mean, she might have not seen her with the other students, but clearly she was, per Kate Maropoulos. She was a quiet girl. MAURA did not talk much to Karen about her personal life. Karen had heard of MAURA being bulimic from the other girls on campus. Which girls? Because if this whole thing was staged, was it only 1 or 2 girls that did the staging? Or was it from a whole bunch of different people? On that Thursday before MAURA was missing, Karen was working with MAURA that Thursday, February. At 1:15, she was told to go check on MAURA, who was working, because MAURA was very upset. When she arrived, MAURA was very distort and not responsive to her at all. And all MAURA would do is stare at the wall, and the only thing MAURA said was, "My sister." Karen kept trying to find out what the matter was and also asked her if she wanted to go see the counselor that was on duty, but MAURA said no. Karen walked MAURA back to her dorm, but not up to MAURA's room. She had given MAURA her cell number and asked MAURA to call her back so they could get together the next day, but MAURA never called her. Karen also said that possibly the telephone call might have had something to do with someone at the school. Because the call was received at around 10:30 regarding what Karen thinks could have been regarding, quote, credit card slips, end quote, that possibly MAURA may have used someone's credit card slip to buy food, which stems from her eating disorder. And MAURA was caught, and that MAURA was going to be getting in trouble for stealing the slips and charging someone else's credit card. That is what Karen's thoughts were on that. Karen said that if she could think of anything else, that she would give me a call, and that if it happened to run into anyone that we may know MAURA, that she would have them call me. So this is interesting. So Karen's theory, which apparently she has not made public in any of her other interviews on podcasts, is that this has something to do with credit card slips. And MAURA is on probation, allegedly, here from the credit card incident months earlier. Some follow-up posts here. The words sound to me like she's feeling some guilt. I still wonder if Karen was asked to tell MAURA she was all done working for UMPD and helped her pack up her things because of her recent credit card theft. She was escorted off the property. Someone higher up made Karen be the one to tell MAURA, maybe because she had talked with her before, which seriously upset Karen afterwards, especially finding out the Saturn was found in New Hampshire 5 days later. Why else would UMPD make her do a statement? It was to cover their ass, only to show that they had followed procedure and have no responsibility in what happened after the fact. Huh. That's weird. Some posters think that Karen Mayotte knows exactly what my sister means for whatever reason. And maybe it's in the police statement. Another post here. We know based on Sharon and Bill's concealment of the phone call that fits in this time frame, MAURA's state had nothing to do with her sister. As referenced here, MAURA was a private person who wasn't going to open up to Karen like she was Barbara Walters over what was wrong with her. As expected, one would be who is labeled a loner. But here's the thing, though. Again, everybody's forgetting about the call to the landline that was, I've gone over many, many times, that I believe might be key, but not going to go into that again here. There's too much other things to go over here. Another post here. Strange that Erin, the nursing student, said MAURA mentioned something about her sister but didn't elaborate as well on Monday when she called her sounding upset about returning her scrubs. Yet in the days in between, Friday through Sunday, neither Fred, Kate, Sarah, Julie, or Bill Roush, who either spoke with MAURA on the phone or interacted with her in person during this time, has ever said MAURA was upset and mentioned anything about her sister. Was the "my sister" comment from MAURA to both Karen and Erin some sort of code for something else? Well, you know what's kind of weird? That might be this individual poster's thoughts. My thoughts are, did these people make up that she said "my sister" to be on the same page of this cover-up? And is it true that Erin, the nursing student, also just happened to have a black Saturn? I don't know. I'm just asking the questions here. Now, in dissecting the last two statements, I have to really say, just the candid nature of Kate Maropoulos and the fact that she did do interviews, she did respond to James Renner, until something happened at a certain point, possibly some kind of gag order or visitation from some kind of authority to keep her quiet. If this is a legitimate statement from her, and just the way that she talked about MAURA, it's actually difficult to think she might have been involved in whatever circle might have done something to her if they did. Karen Mayotte and Sarah Alfieri seem far more suspicious, especially Sarah. How did you find me to James Renner, slamming the door in his face, making maybe one statement to one magazine or whatever, and then moving colleges. I mean, it's all very, very weird in the direction of Alfieri, but Kate Maropoulos, it almost seems like she's trying to be helpful here. Not just to James Renner, but whoever else is reaching out to her that she's responding to 2 years after the fact now. And just the candid nature, it seems if she was truly responsible, it seems weird that she would be putting in ha 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 and all these little things. I mean, again, people like Erin Larkin and even Erin, if she's just a weirdo, that could make her look guilty in a way, even if she's not. Like, if she really was, let's say, a good person trying to help MAURA out some way, and she's just a weirdo, then it could possibly look the way that it looks. Again, this is Mindshock. We're not falling for any false dichotomy logical fallacies here. But if this is a legitimate statement from Maropoulos, I have to say it really does make her look a lot more genuine and helpful and possibly not involved, although still potentially having more information that she might be too scared to divulge. either in the area of Bill Roush or otherwise. So it would be curious if she did do an interview now, after all the stuff about Bill came out, would she hold back in that department at this point? But yeah, something seems off with Karen Mayotte. Something seems off with basically everything here. So let's go over the family dynamic one more time here before we move into the area of New Hampshire. And yes, leaked statements from a lot of people that many have been curious about regarding the response to the scene and otherwise. So this was a post by Annabelle. Did Fred know that MAURA took his car, on Reddit? And a lot of interesting discussion followed. We went over some of this in the previous episodes. Here's an interesting post. MAURA, this is from Fred's statement, MAURA woke around 10:30. She told me about the accident. I asked, where's the car? Even though Fred doesn't mention anything about letting MAURA borrow his car Saturday night, or that he wasn't aware she took it in his statement to UMPD, I think he knows she had it, but that he wasn't expecting her to be driving it around late Saturday night, early Sunday morning after the party. When asked, did you go to Liquor 44 with the girls? At first he stated no, then thought about it and said, I am unsure if it was before or after ABC. I think it was after ABC. I can remember the girls walking around looking for wine and telling them to just pick something. That's kind of weird. If Fred can remember MAURA and Kate looking for wine at the liquor store Saturday night, surely he remembers getting dropped off at his motel and MAURA taking his car. At least I would think so anyway. I think a good question would be, did Fred and MAURA have some sort of arrangement when she would return his car if he indeed let her borrow it? I mean, maybe something like Fred was expecting MAURA to return his Corolla Sunday before checkout, say 9 to 10 a.m. However, Rick Graves did say that Fred told him a different story about Saturday night, and that Fred was called to the motel lobby by the night manager where he found MAURA slumped over in a chair and crying. I mean, yeah, a lot of different stories here. To my knowledge, Fred has never mentioned, at least to the public, that the plan was for MAURA to borrow his car Saturday night, but she had to have it back to him by Sunday at some point. However, I can't see Fred telling her to have his Corolla back to him right after the party at 2:30 to 3 a.m. I could see him saying he wanted it back in time for checkout at the motel, say 9:30 to 10:30 a.m. That would be reasonable in my opinion. As for Graves, I see no reason for him to lie and say Fred told him a different story about Saturday night and finding MAURA in the lobby slumped over and crying. I'm sure Fred read the True Crime Addict book, but I've never heard him dispute this claim by Graves. I don't see why Graves would contradict Fred and tell James Renner that Fred told him another story opposite of what he told UMPD and the media for the book. And again, I'm sure Fred read the book, and I've never heard him say Graves misspoke or was outright lying. If Fred thought people took things out of context or were just lying about him, Graves would have been an example for Fred to use, if true, in my opinion. This is just my opinion, but I think there were people like Graves early on who really wanted to help, but if they felt someone like Fred was lying to them about certain things, I could see a fallout and some people eventually walking away from giving their time to the case. I don't think Fred did himself any favors by essentially blaming law enforcement for doing what he thought was a lousy job. He was certainly vocal about it. Plus, suing the state of New Hampshire didn't earn him any bonus points with law enforcement either. Annabelle posted, there's absolutely a reason that Fred doesn't want to discuss MAURA's behavior that weekend. Electronic Showboater posted this. You know what just occurred to me, that if I put herself in my shoes at that age, if my parents allowed me to borrow their car and I totaled it, they would certainly be upset, but still glad I was okay and not harmed. But if I took it without asking and totaled it, they would have probably hit the damn roof with anger. Maybe that's why he was so pissed. Interesting. Maybe Julie could tell us. So yeah, lot of curiosities in that direction as well. And then, of course, there was a reward that was rescinded because of Fred's behavior, because he wanted everything going through him. Now, if he thought there was a conspiracy afoot with various law enforcement and otherwise, I mean, that could be reasonable for him to want to do that, but... Okay, so let's move on to the so-called accident scene, this supposedly staged scene. Another great find, an article from February 20th, 2004, Ground Search Ends for Missing Woman. It is a reference to multiple witnesses. Quote, after the accident, witnesses said she asked them to call a wrecker but not the police. Now, is this just lazy writing? But it's not just them, because them could refer to one person. It's clearly witness says with a plural, so that's kind of weird. Some more posts here. We don't know who called the tow truck, Lavoie's. At least that is what John Smith told me about a year ago. Is it possible one of these neighbors called the tow wrecker for some reason? Unless there was another witness roadside who did not live in the area of where the Saturn wrecked. I don't ever recall Butch mentioning that she asked him to call a wrecker instead of police. Butch has always stated that MAURA said she called AAA and that he went to call the police. Right, I assume it was either Cecil or John Monahan who called Lavoie. However, I've never heard that confirmed. On the Oxygen show, Mike Lavoie did say the following, quote, I was asleep on the couch, my wife woke me up and said, hey, you got a wrecker call. Pretty common thing, end quote. It appears his wife took the call, but no indication from whom. The list of people who would have called Mike for a wrecker has to be pretty slim. If not law enforcement, perhaps one of the neighbors. And then people are, of course, talking about the 7 p.m. timeline, the earlier accident. If you haven't checked out the Mindshock podcast on that, we went over that quite in depth. Also, the earlier missing posters also have set last seen 7 p.m. So not just an earlier accident, but supposedly someone saw her or a female figure with a car, if it wasn't her. Driver left with vehicle or something like that. Some more posts here. Faith was not calling in a dire emergency. It was a car near her house with a man getting in and out of a vehicle. She was concerned for herself, not that there was a severely injured person. Many early data points suggest a 7 p.m. incident. That length of time certainly would cause Faith's concern of a stranger being there, in my opinion. Some follow-up posts here. I agree. I don't understand why she would call 911 at all if there was a thump. Then she saw movement around a car parked near the edge of the road. Wouldn't she assume someone slid into a snowbank and was pushing the car out? Otherwise, not in need of assistance. Now, if the car and man smoking a cigarette were hanging around for 5 to 10 minutes or longer, then sure. Personally, I'd walk out and check on the people before calling the police. But at a certain point, I can see someone being concerned enough to act. And there are other accounts of people actually out and about near the vehicle as well, which we'll get into in a moment, and we've gone over before. Other posts here. If you watch Julie Murray's posts on TikTok, she talks about at least 10 different people being at the scene that night, plus another witness in a house who was lesser known and unnamed. So that's a lot of people, which is the point she's trying to make. And that is an interesting point because supposedly this is some abandoned road where nobody would see anything, but we have literally dozens of people around now who might have witnessed something. Here's an interesting comment regarding Cecil Smith's so-called arrival time. This has been gone over ad nauseum, but this is actually a pretty good post about it. The Art Roderick timeline would have us believe that there was less than 10 minutes from the crash to when Cecil arrived based on nothing but Art trying to dispel police conspiracies by throwing out most of the evidence around the timeline and all common sense. MAURA crashes. Faith immediately calls 911. She called in at 7:27 to 7:29. Cecil gets on scene at the very latest at 7:35. In the time between 7:29 and 7:35, Butch arrives, then exits stage left. The Morrats see reverse lights, Westman see movement inside and outside the vehicle, and a man smoking a cigarette. Butch has time to either parallel or back in park his full-size school bus, go inside, screw around for a few minutes, call police multiple times, get a call back, and get back on his bus to do paperwork. at which point he sees 5 to 6 cars drive by before Cecil arrives at his bus. In the meantime, Cecil arrives at the Weather Barn corner, has a senior moment, and forgets all of his training and common sense and fails to call in or take note of his arrival. Runs to the Westman's house to be inside before witness A, who is driving closely behind him, gets on the scene. Hangs out there for a while, then he walks or drives to Butch's house, at which point he remembers to call in and write his arrival time in his notes, but fails to mention he already spent 10 plus minutes on the scene in either his call or notes. And somehow Morrat, or whoever's there, disappears in that tiny gap between Butch parking his bus and Cecil arriving on scene, which, being the most generous possible to the new condensed timeline, is what, 60 seconds? Less? Maybe that explains Butch's beam me up, Scotty comment. But it still doesn't explain why Cecil had his lights on when passing Cottage Hospital before the first 911 call, how he and witness A got to the scene so fast, how Cecil had time to disappear, and why Butch is now meandering for almost 10 minutes before calling 911, which is now a good 8 to 10 minutes after cops are already on the scene. Nor does it explain why literally all the evidence other than witness A's cell phone log points to a 7:45-ish arrival time for Cecil. Yeah, I mean, there's so many problems there. I mean, what are you going to do with that? So supposedly, Morrat saw the Saturn back up and park before Faith and Tim saw the Saturn already backed up and parked at 7:27. A quick summary here. It's all odd. I used to live on a corner with a slight hill. Cars would get stuck in the snow or misjudge the turn and slide into the snowbank occasionally. I never called the cops on anyone. I'd see if they needed help, but 9 times out of 10, the people managed to figure it out on their own pretty quickly. Why would the Westmans think the Saturn driver would need the cops? For all they knew, the car was slightly off the road and the driver was going to back up and drive off on their own. That's a great question. I wonder if anybody's asked them that in that way. So let's get to some of this mind-shocking new information. Some of it comes from Julie Murray. And of course, she's been posting on TikTok a lot of interesting info. So, 5 hours after MAURA disappeared, police saw a suspicious person in the area driving a white Jeep Grand Cherokee. When the police approached him, he ran away. Additionally, police found a random Chrysler part inside MAURA's vehicle, maybe a side mirror. Chrysler manufactures Jeep parts. A while ago, I remember someone had a list of items that were inside the vehicle, but I don't recall this being in it. There's also a mark on MAURA's car, which was white, according to Julie. I don't recall this info ever being discussed. And a very astute Redditor, Pearl Jelly, posted this. There was also another suspicious person noted on the logs shortly prior to the one being discussed in this post and on TikTok. If I'm looking at the logs correctly, they were basically back-to-back. The first one was at 11:38 p.m., the other at 12:59 a.m. The police blotter in the Journal Opinion states, quote, while on patrol in Woodsville, February 10th, Officer Cashin noted a suspicious person on Central Street. No contact was made, end quote. I'm assuming that's the one for the Jeep Cherokee black hoodie guy. It's interesting that Julie made the possible connection of the Chrysler part to the suspicious person white Jeep log and the white scuff on MAURA's bumper. I don't know what to make of it. On the surface, it seems like it could be important, but the fact that it was found and remained in the Saturn all this time later makes me think it's not relevant. Well, part of the police officer's job, or whoever that's sweeping around the vehicle, if there's any car parts, they're not going to leave them in the middle of the road. They might have tossed it into MAURA's vehicle, especially if they thought it was just a DUI walkaway. So from Grafton County Dispatch, 1:01 a.m., February 10th, looking for a white male with a goatee, black hooded sweatshirt, about 5'10", tried to talk to him and he took off. Was that the man smoking a cigarette around the vehicle? So apparently they do have the license plate. It's a New Hampshire license plate of the 1999 white Jeep Grand Cherokee, but they could not locate. The Rick Forcier sighting of an individual walking or running on Route 112 was also wearing a dark hoodie. Not that those are rare, but they do match here. Another post here just to pile on the mind shocks. The suspicious vehicle location, the Chrysler part in MAURA Saturn, connections to the barge in Gary's Fuels, and old allegations on topics. The suspicious vehicle that police reported that Julie maps out on her TikTok happened to be parked right next door to Shiloh's. The suspicious vehicle was said to be a 99 white Jeep. A Chrysler part was also found in MAURA Saturn. Shiloh's was once the barge in 2004. If you don't know, GB had family connections to the owner of the barge inn. If you go a little ways downward on the map, you can see DMS Fuels, which is about 11 to 13 minutes from the Saturn site. DMS Fuels used to be ran by Gary's Fuels in 2004. Gary D. owned Gary's Fuels in 2004. Gary's right-hand man was said to have been Claude Moulton. Early on topics, a user named Oh My named a list of people who should have been held responsible for what happened in MAURA. The list started with GD, some of his family, Claude Moulton, and a few others. A few posts later, Oh My changed the arrest to I've heard a guy named Richard was involved, a father and son team. People were speculating regarding Concrete Guy, etc., but obviously that's not necessarily who he was talking about. There was another Richard who worked at Gary's Fuels and even lived right in the same street with one of GD's relatives. It turns out that many of these relatives and work associates of the Barge Inn and Gary's Fuels actually lived all on the same street in this concentrated area where the suspicious vehicle was seen. It turns out this guy Richard drove a 99 Chrysler Jeep and a 2000 Ford pickup truck. Is it possible Oh My was not some rambling whack job, but actually heard bits and pieces of the correct information on what happened to MAURA? Did MAURA make a stop at the barge inn or the service station now known as DMS Fuels run by GD back in the day? One more thing, Claude Moulton worked at the location where Gary's Fuels and DMS Fuels is. The branch of all those areas was called North Haverhill Convenience. Keep in mind, this area where all these people are working, with the suspicious vehicle sighting, the service station, and barge inn are all very close to where the Saturn was found. MAURA also had a full tank of gas, so it's highly likely she or someone else driving it stopped for gas close by where the Saturn was found. And whether it was or wasn't MAURA, if the Saturn was being towed, the gas could have been put in the vehicle at any point. Another post here. I want to point out that it looks like there was an auto garage right next to the convenience part of the service station as well. Would be interesting if MAURA's Saturn was there for some reason and that part was mixed in with her vehicle somehow. If her vehicle was staged somehow, then maybe it was staged in an auto shop away from the public eye. I think she stopped for gas there or the barge in. We have Claude Moulton working at the service area there or delivering things by truck to or from there. Not sure what part, but it had to have been around that time or earlier because he supposedly left the Haverhill area shortly after MAURA disappeared. It shows he worked at the exact address. Then a few locals have said that Claude was Gary's buddy, so it makes sense he may have been working with him in some way connected to Gary's Fuels. It's interesting that a few people connected to the barge inn also worked for Gary's Fuels and lived in that area. Pretty much the entire block was covered by people in close connection with each other. This Richard drove a 99 Chrysler Jeep and worked right in the area where the alleged police sighting of the 99 Jeep was cited. He was connected to GD as well by family. I think MAURA encountered these people somehow, but can't piece it together yet. Mostly because of the rumors that came out around 2007 on the old Maura Murray sub. A local pretty much named these exact people as having something to do with her disappearance. Then, a few posts later, days, weeks, have to go back and look. Somehow this local says they heard from another source that a father-son team involving the name Richard were actually involved in what happened to MAURA. Sounds like there could have been bits of truth to these old posts. There's even an old rumor that MAURA may have been mistaken for someone who was a snitch in the local area. Wow. And of course, Black Saturns are known as they were the number one drug courier vehicle at that time. Huh. You know what's weird, though? If you haven't checked out the previous episodes, all the potential connections between some of these people in Haverhill and UMass, and partying at UMass, and connected to other individuals at UMass, I mean, it's kind of insane. Okay, so let's move on to some more mind-shocking leaks. So this is a 2005 fire department interview by Murray family members. So this is fire company report. Again, this is basically a photograph of emails, reports. They appear to be legitimate, but let's go over them. So these are notes from the weekend of March 19th, 2005 and March 20th, 2005. Fred, Sookie, and Patty went to Vermont and New Hampshire and stayed at the Wells River Motel. They went to the Woodsville Fire Station, Route 10, on Saturday and spoke with Fire Chief Brad Kennedy and his wife Abby, who is a dispatcher there. They were given a paper, call log with incident date, dispatch time, return time, with all the names of those at MAURA's accident site, including their signatures. 9 call firemen went in truck. They happened to be having a meeting and function at the firehouse when the call came in. Heater boy wonders how they all fit in the truck. Who's Heater boy? The names of the 9 firemen that went to MAURA's accident were Chief Brad Kennedy, Abby Kennedy, his wife and dispatcher, Alan Wright, Jeff Robbins, Mark Locke, Kevin Van Norden, Bob Williams, Whitey Mitchell, one with the first name Zach, last name looks like Brinken or Brinker. E2 is the fire truck they rode in. Along with fire department, 2 EMTs and Sergeant Cecil Smith were there. Patty and Sookie think not much was said about New Hampshire State Police Trooper Monahan, but heard his name. And keep in mind, he was denied to have even ever been there. A lot of the coincidence theorists forget about that. Woodsville Fire go in the truck and appear to have department vehicles. Bath, New Hampshire, on the other hand, takes their own cars. Patty asked again if the rag in the tailpipe was clean. Answer, yes. The chief and everybody saw and were suspicious of the rag in the tailpipe. Cecil Smith told them that Massachusetts people do that? What the heck? The chief thought, where did he come up with that? So the fire chief is suspicious of Cecil Smith, saying that all Massachusetts people put rags in tailpipes. This is a bizarre report here. The chief said that the car was not in a ditch, but on the side of the road with so little damage to the car. He didn't understand why she couldn't drive off unless it just wouldn't start. Chief's wife, Abby, mentioned seeing footprints walking around the car. Patty thought around the car as if to look in. Abby said she was looking in the car window, Patty thinks passenger side, with a flashlight and in the front seat, and could see Frida's name on a package of developed film in the back of the car. She could see books in a bag. So in the front seat, there's the name, Frida, maybe the name is Fred, on a package of developed film. In the back of the car, she could see books in a bag. Should ask her if she saw alcohol in or outside the vehicle. Cecil Smith told them to get away from the car. Interesting. Cecil Smith told them she probably went to a friend's house at Mountain Lake. That's an interesting thing to just randomly say. She probably went to a friend's house, specifically at Mountain Lake. Well, how would he even know she had a friend there? Or that it was even her, obviously, but let's not go down that road at this point. They did search, really sad. Fire company walked as far as Bradley Hill Road and saw no footprints. Patty doesn't know about the other way. Searched around the area, found nothing. They thought the accident was strange right from the beginning and thought it was very odd that nobody was there, neighbors, etc. So the people that were actually there thought it was strange, but all the clueless goof coincidence theorists and the Dunning-Kruger crowd, the trolls, the obfuscators, the narrative steerers, they maintain there's nothing strange at all about anything at any time, even though they weren't there. The level of silliness in this case is truly unrivaled in any true crime case. Okay. When fire company got to the scene, Cecil Smith was there, but they said that EMS might have got there first. Wait, before Cecil? What? When fire company got to the scene, Cecil Smith was there, but they said that EMS might have got there first. And what would prompt them to say that? So they believed, even though they have no concrete evidence, that EMS was there before Cecil. Okay. Fire company didn't see anyone walking, but Abby said, I probably shouldn't tell you this, but a person was seen walking there. Both Sookie and Patty thought she said by Eddie's place, but Fred thought she said Winnie's place. This should be clarified. Wait. So fire company didn't see anyone walking, but Abby said, I shouldn't tell you this. So they did see someone walking, but said they didn't. And did Abby Kennedy break ranks and said, she's saying, I shouldn't be telling you this, but a person was seen walking. Wow. This is crazy. Heater Boy says Smith is about 40-ish and that he's an arrogant guy. So was there someone seen walking, got man smoking cigarette, whatever, this whole time? And fire department did see him, and this is why they were never interviewed by the Oxygen Show? Both Sookie and Patty think the chief and Abby are sincere and think this was not handled properly. Fred made a remark about the police not talking, and the chief said he doesn't understand it. The chief gave Fred his card in case he has any more questions. So the chief is perplexed by the police's behavior as well. Interesting. They seem suspicious of Butch, don't know about him, strange character. They said, why did Butch not come back out, and why wasn't anyone out? Strange that people didn't stay with her. And we're going to get into the full list of people that were apparently out by the car, because there's well over a dozen, possibly over 24. Which makes this even stranger because, you know, in this so-called official narrative that all the gullible goofs fall for is that this was just, you know, a regular spin out. You know, 1-2 people maybe saw the car from a distance and she disappeared. But if there was over 1 or 2 dozen people actively around the car the entire time, at which point would she have disappeared if she was even there? Obviously, the coincidence theorists and the narrative theorists don't want any discussion in that direction. Cecil Smith might have left when fire company was there, not sure. Chief and or wife said, how do you know someone didn't push her car? Car was very easy to get on a flatbed because it was just parked on the side of the road. Sookie said she saw footprints around the car at her door like someone locked the door. Sookie also remembered Faith Westman in their phone conversation a while back saying that the car looked like it was just parked on the side of the road. Sookie thought Faith thought it odd. Faith also denied to Sookie ever saying there was a man with a cigarette in the car. In the sheriff's report, it says she did, and also says she said the car was in a ditch. So Faith changed her story multiple times here. Because, what do we call it? The official story is that Fred told Faith she didn't see what she saw, and that it was MAURA. Even though Faith, and then from that point on, Faith changed the story to there never was a man or she was mistaken. But we have several different iterations of the story here. I mean, isn't it obvious to everybody that the neighbors were somehow intimidated by someone, possibly the police, possibly other parties? Because if this really was just a standard spin out and DUI walkaway, why would people even still be, like, this case would have been solved so long ago, or at the very least, it wouldn't be discussed in the manner it is. An entire Oxygen documentary series wouldn't be launched for the sole purpose of trying to debunk critical thinking in the direction of law enforcement, instead of actually find the truth. So, the Lime Kiln Road issue that we've gone over before, this is where there was another alcohol bottle found. This is where the oh my coincidence user on topic said somebody close to the case whistle blew or whatever. So, Lime Kiln Road is in the Mountain Lakes area. So, Cecil Smith is immediately stating, oh, she must have a friend there? Where did he get that information, especially that early on? And oh my coincidence says the exact same thing? Some responses here in this Reddit thread, almost as if Oh My was at the scene or maybe acquainted with Cecil. Or is that what the natives of Haverhill all sing from the same hymn sheet? I get the feeling Oh My was a local, possibly not AC, but attempting to steer information away from themselves. Possibly a crackpot, or could have been someone telling the truth. I think Armadillo could offer some insight on this. Or let's not fall for false dichotomies. Is it a crackpot that did hear legitimate true information and it all got jumbled up? So some of it is true and some of it is not. Some responses here. Right, this is so weird. Oh My was posting in 2008. Oh My sure knew a lot about Sky Weeks and Claude Moulton as well. John was pretty sure it was AC, but I guess anything is on the table. AC lived on Lime Kiln Road, and when I looked at it, it's a big old road, runs from North Haverhill up towards the A-frame house, coincidentally. There's power lines running through it. It connects to Benton Road, where Concrete Guy's yard is. I wanted to find out precisely where this was in comparison to AC. There was a report of suspicious footprints in North Haverhill on February 11th. The footprints were traced to the power line and back, almost like someone trying to get a signal. Wait a second, what? I do not recall this. We're getting a lot of mind-shocking new information here. I mean, this really is the craziest episode with the most new information, I think, thus far. I do not recall this. There's suspicious... Where did this come from? Another interesting quote here. Rick Graves and Kathleen found an empty, fresh bottle of vodka on Wildcat Drive, but for reasons that are unclear, didn't take it with them. MAURA had vodka and Kahlua missing from her car. Or not MAURA, whatever. The alcohol was missing from the car. So then we also have this package of photos in the front seat. Has it ever been revealed what's on them? And why were they left there in the first place? Also, keep in mind, so Abby Kennedy, the wife of the police chief, and Dick Guy, the EMS guy, they also, so they're not accident reconstruction experts, but they all thought the scene was strange and staged, as well as several different accident reconstruction experts. Yet the gullible goof Dunning-Kruger narrative steerer crowd still pretends that the scene wasn't staged. I mean, the motto on Mindshock is, of course, the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. But as close as to for sure we can get is that the scene was obviously staged. I mean, if it wasn't, I mean, the amount of evidence that would need to be produced to try to make this accident scene not strange, despite the testimony of just about every single individual that was actually there at the time, and just basic common sense. I mean, if we are missing that variable, that's perfectly fine. Someone can introduce that variable, and then we can determine that it wasn't staged. But at this point, I mean, when you have a mountain of evidence pointing to staging, ignoring it is just extremely illogical. Here's actually another post from Abby Kennedy. This looks to be from Facebook. I am sorry, but I only remember Dick and Mike being on scene together. Some of us were scanning the snowbanks for footprints. He could have arrived then. The exact times would be on the dispatcher log. I would guess at this point that fire department was on scene for at least an hour. I wish I knew where the fire department statements from that time are. Apparently, Fred didn't take any notes when he questioned us. I have always thought that different descriptions was significant. The dispatch logs would answer the timeline questions. From various sources, it does seem as if there might have been some longer period of time between the accident and when police was on scene. Who saw... There's no date here on these comments on Facebook that I can see in these screenshots. Who saw the SUV at 7:37 p.m.? I thought I heard one of the police department vehicles was out of service that night. So this is the fire department's chief's wife, who also saw the tall blonde walking away from the scene that nobody wants to talk about. But she's also apparently heard the SUV was out of service. And that is exactly what Witness A has stated. That everybody pretends nobody told her that, where there's several different individuals that were with her at the time. So there was clearly, and she was even being threatened, like these are serious charges, saying that you saw 001 when you didn't because it was out of service. Someone was trying to intimidate witness A into saying that she didn't see SUV 001. Abby Kennedy's also stating, this is the wife of the police chief. This is not some nobody online like the coincidence theorists and the steerers like to pretend, crazy people like John Smith are making all this stuff up. I mean, this is directly from the people that were there. So Abby Kennedy continues here. We were about 4 minutes out from the scene when dispatch asked us to be on the lookout for a tall blonde walking towards Swiftwater Station. No woman was seen, but I guess she could have hidden when she saw the truck, but I've always wondered why her description didn't match MAURA's. Okay, so what? So she did not see the tall blonde herself. She was told to look out for the tall blonde. That's an interesting piece of information. And why were they told to look out for a tall blonde? Who saw the tall blonde? Is that the girl Cecil Smith was referring to when he said, "Where's the girl?" to the Westmans? And is that what Butch wasn't truthful about? So is there a tall blonde and a man smoking a cigarette involved in this staged accident scene? And is that why there's so much funny business and literally zero straight answers from anybody regarding anything in this supposed standard DUI walk-away spin-out? The car, Abby Kennedy also posted this, the car was in the road. It was possible to walk all the way around it. The left front headlight damaged, only hit the snowbank, not a tree. So again, we have direct information here from people that were on the scene. The car did not hit a tree. And yet there are still goofs pushing hard that the car definitely hit a tree. Goofs that weren't even there. It's weird. Again, only in the MAURA case. Looked like it was just spun around. No tracks into the snow on either side of the road leading into the woods or any of the houses. There was a dusting of snow that night, but a lot from previous storms. Honestly, it looked staged right down to the wine splashed on the interior of the car and the rag stuffed in the tailpipe to, in quotations, MAURA, saying she had already called someone on her cell phone when there was no coverage in that spot. Let me repeat that again for the coincidence theorist and the Dunning-Kruger crowd. From the fire chief's wife who was on the scene that night. Honestly, it looked staged. Right down to the wine splashed on the interior of the car and the rag stuffed into the tailpipe. Yeah, this really isn't rocket science. Now, I'm not alleging that someone harmed MAURA and staged her vehicle, but this is a go-to in true crime. People who harm people, they often stage and dump vehicles. Again, not rocket science, but for whatever reason, there's just an extremely large Dunning-Kruger crowd hovering over this case that just, it can't get through their extremely thick skulls. I mean, I guess the mental capacity is just not there. But if it was staged, stuffing a rag in the tailpipe as if to point to MAURA and then leaving a chapter in a book somewhere and then leaving her favorite song in her CD, I mean, that's just textbook 101 staging if it was staged. I mean, there's still goofs out there saying, oh, well, MAURA's stuff was in her own car, therefore she must have been at the scene. I mean, this level of goofery, you just don't see it in other cases. But continuing on here from Abby Kennedy, secondly, the car had been towed away before the fire department left. There is no way anyone saw the car later that night. The Be On Lookout stated a tall blonde walking towards the Swiftwater station. Not exactly accurate. I believe the fire department was about 4 minutes behind police department. Not much time to search and relock the car. So again, does this all point back to the earlier so-called accident, the 7 p.m. accident heard over the radio? And a lot of the coincidence theorists want to pretend that that's all nothing. But if the accident really did occur or something occurred at closer to 7 p.m., either on that location or not, what does that mean for the case? That sure would explain a lot more than just clinging desperately to this official narrative with religious fervor like the goofs like to do in this case. So, I mean, what are the things that we can rule out just based on all available testimony and evidence? So the car did not hit a tree and the scene was staged. I mean, those are good places to start, I guess. I mean, you get a lot farther when you don't build these gigantic house of cards like most people like to build for some reason. In the discussion here, many people are finding it interesting that Cecil Smith, a police officer, is telling fire and emergency medical services to get away from the vehicle. That's kind of weird. So supposedly standard operating procedure is for the fire department to look for leaks or anything dangerous around the vehicle. Yet Cecil's telling everybody to get away from the car? Does anybody find that strange? That's kind of weird. A very astute poster posed these questions. How many times do you think the local fire department has been dispatched to the scene of a motor vehicle accident with no drivers or passengers on the scene when they arrived and were not only told to stay away from the vehicle, but turned away without doing their jobs? That's a great question. That's a great question. 2, how many times do you think Lavoie has been asked by law enforcement to store an impounded vehicle in his private garage so nobody would find it? Let's rephrase that question. How many times do we think Lavoie has been asked by law enforcement to store an impounded vehicle in his private garage when he's not the tow company on duty? That's a better question. And of course, Dick McKean not only was supposed to be the one on duty for that rotation, but he also had a large impound lot. So obviously the logical choice was McKean, but is he not buddy-buddy with the circle of corruption like Lavoie is? And we don't even know exactly who called Lavoie, right? Armadillo Flats stated that, quote, I spoke to McKean in person and he was baffled as to why they did not call him, end quote. So apparently, here is another screenshot regarding to Q&A with Dick Guy. Oh, this is from the Oxygen series, apparently. Question, was there anything about the scene unusual to you? Answer, yes. I walked up and down the snowbanks a little ways. The part that was inexplicable to me was why would anybody shave off the inside of a corner? If you lose control of a car, you generally would proceed in a direction that inertia would take you as opposed to a tight maneuver like that. If you were slippery, you generally go off the outside of a curve. You don't go through the inside of it. Didn't make sense. And then we proceeded to look around the car and my partner says, what's with the rag in the exhaust pipe? I'm like, wow, what is that? It was like a dish towel. It kind of was a head scratcher because you don't see that. Can you explain to me how it was in the tailpipe? Answer, it looked like it was stuffed in and it was hanging out 8 to 10 inches or so, not quite to the ground. It really seemed odd. It made no sense. Have you ever arrived at an accident scene and seen a rag in a tailpipe? No, never. Question, so why would anybody put a rag in a tailpipe? Answer, I wondered if she might have stopped at the little store, maybe a half mile before, and somebody had sabotaged her car trying to make it stall. And at the time, I don't know, it just didn't seem that strange for him to say that. But now we're getting into all of these shady local people. And we're going to continue with, obviously Gary's Fuels and all of that and the people intertwined in that circle, possibly also involving police officers. And now we have Dick Guy on the record, stating somebody might have sabotaged her car at the little store. Although it seems like he might not be talking about Gary's Fuels. He's talking about the stage shop. But either way, he's stating that locals might have sabotaged her car. That's kind of weird. Continuing on here, Dick Guy, one of the responding EMTs at the scene of the accident, mentioned in an internal memo, quote, that everything about the scene of the accident was weird. If she had just lost control of the car coming around the corner, she would have impacted the north side of the curve. She didn't. She clipped the corner. She sheared the snowbank clean off and continued on to the other side where it turned the car around. To me, I'd say the car stalled and she was trying to regain control as she came to the turn. You know what's really crazy too? So if the car was sabotaged and someone was following extremely close behind her, they could have snatched her up relatively quick. The thing that doesn't make sense, though, is the whole Butch Atwood situation. So Butch Atwood somehow got between her and whoever was following her. Did they wait for Butch to go inside, then they snatched her up? Or they pretended to be good Samaritans to give her a ride, and they were the same people that sabotaged her earlier? Or is this entire story a fabrication, and it more closely resembles a car being towed, and there's an issue with the tow hitch, and the car becomes unhooked somehow and spins away? That's what some of the investigators actually thought. I mean, I'd have to lean that way just based on everything thus far, but who knows? Here's an interesting post from another user. I have never heard of Fred Murray's theory of sticking a rag up a tailpipe to stop it from smoking. If, for example, the Saturn was being towed and broke from the hitch, but had a rag in the tailpipe because it was being towed, and Fred Murray did not want that fact known because in reality the car was being ditched in New Hampshire because they couldn't leave a damaged car on campus when UMPD would be looking for damaged cars because another student was in a coma from a hit and run. And here's the thing, like, what if Fred Murray was not in on anything regarding towing the Saturn up, but somehow he suspected it because of what somebody else had told him? And that's why he made up the story about the rag in the tailpipe to stop smoking. Or again, even if it wasn't made up, obviously anybody that had been in the car with MAURA or heard MAURA or any of her friends and family that knew about the rag, any one of them would know about it. So again, if it was staged, that seems like something to be included in the stage job. Here's an interesting post with more background on the whole rag in the tailpipe thing. I'm from Massachusetts, and my parents are boomers. This is a half-baked cupcake with this post. Interesting name. I've heard from them the whole white rag in the tailpipe of an abandoned or disabled vehicle is to let people or police know, or a tow truck know, that you're waiting for a tow or gone left to get gas or what have you. Very old school. Very bad idea if you actually did leave your car. On the pike, that would be a pretty costly ticket, but once upon a time, it was somewhat standard practice. I don't think this was the purpose of the rag in MAURA's tailpipe. On asking a few car enthusiasts' perspectives on if it might be a good idea to put a rag in a tailpipe to keep the car from smoking, I was laughed at and pretty much told, yeah, it'll stop the smoke for a short period, but then the car will die. One person likened it to putting a Pop-Tart in the microwave, metal foil and all. Sure, it'll be toasty, but your microwave might be toast too. Combustion engines need oxygen to function. You might be able to block it for a very short period, but soon it'll start to protest. I don't think Fred purposely led MAURA astray with the suggestion. I think maybe she misunderstood how far she should or could be traveling with that rag in her tailpipe. A handful of miles, sure, but probably not over 100. I don't know too much about the 7 or so times she supposedly tried to start her car, but perhaps not all of those were at the accident scene, and she'd been having car issues at several points along her trip. Yeah, I don't know why. This isn't rocket science. This is literally first grade logic. We've gone over this so many times. The black box in the Saturn needs to be reset to record new information. So the 7 attempts at a restart, that could have happened a month or 6 months prior. That does not in any way prove that whatever happened at the stage scene involved 7 attempts at a start. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know how many times I have to go over that, and, you know, these goofs online just can't grasp that simple concept that it needs to be reset. So without proof that it was reset, and there was some kind of mechanic who worked on Saturns that said, I don't know if he said that you'd have to scan the ECU or whatever. It should tell you when it was reset, but or maybe it doesn't if it doesn't store that info. So it either can be known or can't be known, but either way, that information has never been made public. So there's no way to know what that 7 restarts relates to at which point, especially if the car was being towed. But that's interesting that it is some kind of Massachusetts thing that putting the rag in the tailpipe is waiting for a tow. Or it's just a disabled vehicle the owner's going to return later. So basically anybody from Massachusetts could have done that, right? I mean, how does that point to it specifically being MAURA even if it wasn't being towed? So theoretically, I mean, we have a new theory on the table here. Theoretically, this is anybody from an older generation person from the Massachusetts area might have simply put the rag in the tailpipe, not even knowing that Fred told Maura about it, if Fred indeed did, and simply didn't make that story up to make it look like she wasn't going to commit suicide or whatever. In his distraught brain, maybe he thought people would think that Maura was trying to, I don't know, commit suicide in the vehicle somehow, and that rag in the tailpipe somehow was connected to it. If he thought other people would think it, regardless of whether it's true or practical or whatever work, obviously it wouldn't, but if he thought people would think that, did he make up that story? But regardless of what, let's say he didn't make up that story, it doesn't necessarily have to be somebody close to Maura who knew about the story. It could, if this comment is accurate, any boomer, any old timer from Massachusetts could have put the rag in the tailpipe not knowing that Fred told Maura that, and simply that it was just a signal for a disabled vehicle. Or, of course, the sabotage idea. They might have not known about what Fred told Maura about the rag in the tailpipe, if he indeed told her. So it's also interesting that on the possessed property report, they also did not list the developed film package. There seems to be a lot of things missing from all these lists. Here's another interesting post from an astute researcher. Why do you think the police would take anything right away in a DWI walkaway or suicide? A non-crime, and they are keeping items that belong to private citizens. Possibly when it's drugs or guns found, but question mark, I have never heard of such a thing. Pearl Jelly posted this. I had read before about the picture envelope and saved it. Your comment made me go back and look for it again. In this comment from Helena Murray, this kind of looks like web sleuths maybe. It was reported to family that there was a picture envelope like you'd get from the store on the front seat. So that is verification all the way back March 4th, 2006. This is being discussed. So Pearl Jelly also commented, this implies to me that they didn't see it. It was only reported to them that it was in the car. If this is true and they took it right away, I also find that terribly strange under the circumstances of how it seemed they were investigating her disappearance early on. A response here from another astute researcher. Thank you. You always find the right info to back up stuff. I still say WTF is going on here. I've never in my life heard of any actions by police like in this case. Everyone bases their thinking on like months or years after February 9th, when in reality, everyone should be focused on that week and what everyone had to deal with. All the words and actions of police say a lot here for the week of February 9th. When someone leaves their vehicle with alcohol as a high suspicion, police are not holding on to personal items in the abandoned car with zero signs of any crime anywhere. There is some serious BS in play here. And I don't know if I could sticky that comment and put it everywhere, because literally so many clueless goofs, narrative steerers, authority-worshipping cultists, and coincidence theorists, they defend all of this and saying none of this is strange regarding this case because they're looking at it now. Oh, look, they think there's foul play. But you really do have to look at it at the time it was going on. I mean, it's still strange looking back, but even if you're only on a first grade English comprehension level and a first grade logical comprehension level, you should still be able to understand the concept of looking through the lens of current events versus looking back on them years later. Because in what other case have police ever performed actions similar to this for DUI walkaway? Pearl Jelly responded, I agree. Their actions don't seem to align with their words. On February 9th, Cecil telling the fire department to get away from the car. Yet in this situation, you have a car that needs to be cleared of any leaking fluids. Dismissal of EMS after only being there a short time. What if Maura was found just a short distance away injured? On the surface, Cecil's role at the accident should have been secondary to the fire department and EMS. On February 10th, they need to identify the driver, but why keep or confiscate any identifying info? They released the Saturn and other belongings back to the family very early on. They see a photo envelope with Fred's name on it, clearly visible, and the car was registered to him, but the driver has left the scene for a suspected DUI. Would it also not make sense to think maybe the female driver wasn't supposed to be driving the car? Yet they claim to only have called his home that night. Why not call Fred's local police department to see if the car had been reported stolen or something? That's all very strange. Especially that the exact make, model, and color of her vehicle is one of the top stolen vehicles and the top drug courier vehicle. So maybe with another vehicle not to do that, but it does seem strange that with that specific vehicle that they would do that. Some responses here, all excellent ideas. Yes, I've always said there wasn't any dispatch notes to check if the Saturn was stolen. It was 24 hours without any contact from the registered owner. Stolen is definitely a possibility that seemed ignored, especially if it seemed like the car was dumped. Because if the car was stolen and there was some kind of spin out, malfunction, whatever, the driver would want to get away if the car was stolen. So yeah, I mean, all of this is obviously very, very strange. Some more responses here. So nobody looked at the pictures, question mark. Were they pictures of the Corolla to document that accident? Pictures in the front seat to me seem like they were picked up recently. Did she do that too on Monday? This would be another rabbit hole to investigate if she went in a store somewhere. So did law enforcement do that and have left all of this out? There sure was a lot of stuff in the Saturn. Pearl Jelly responded, exactly, that's why the pictures being on the front seat stuck with me. It also implied to me it was a recent purchase. I'd like to think that would have been checked out pretty early on, around the time UMass was becoming more important to law enforcement. I can't remember the exact wording, and please don't take me at my word, but there was something in response to Folk's lawsuit about the Saturn or items in the Saturn, developed a timeline in the days prior to Maura's disappearance. I'll have to try and find that out again. But if my memory is accurate, then maybe it's something like this in addition to other things that are part of the timeline. Huh. I always wondered if what Alden Olson said about law enforcement looking at the Corolla and the Saturn was true, and maybe if the pictures were of the Corolla found in the Saturn. Why were they looking at the Corolla? I know one girl being in 2 or maybe 3 accidents in a few days is very odd. Yeah, that's actually curious. To refresh everybody's memory, Alden Olson spoke with a mechanic in Amherst who saw both cars. He said the Saturn was damaged before leaving Amherst. He said law enforcement was looking at the Corolla too. He doesn't identify the mechanic or where he worked. Some of what Alden Olson says is crazy, but at other times I don't know. He also went to UMass asking simple questions about the parking lots where there and got banned from UMass. He got served a no trespass order. He showed a picture of the Saturn with a parking detail. After that, they got a restraining order against him. So, okay. We've gone over that in previous episodes. If you haven't checked out the UMass episodes, they are quite interesting. Regarding Alden Olson, it's kind of crazy. As the years go on, Alden Olson is looking less and less crazy with all of the connections he made. Who knows what kind of insider info he may have had, but if he's just kind of a super genius and he was able to deduce this without the information that's currently available, it just seems like there's more to what he said. And year after year after year, looking back on some of his claims, I'm still not sure about, any kind of connections to pharmaceutical companies and or whatever, nutritional companies, and her being abducted for medical research. But who knows? If that turns out to be true at this point, I don't know if I'd be completely surprised by that either. But regarding the stuff he said about the Saturn and Corolla connections, I mean, some of that stuff is just insane. So what does that mean if all of the damage on the Saturn was present before it left UMass? Here's an interesting post by K-Piece, a fresh theory that I don't know if we've got over on Mindshock, which is huge because we've gone over hundreds of theories. I've always been a proponent of the theory that MAURA is the one who hit Petrit Vasi with her car, but I'm starting to wonder if something crazy happened like Bill Rausch being in town and him using her car, the Saturn, to follow MAURA while she was driving her father's Corolla and him causing the Corolla car accident. Wow. What does everybody make of that? I mean, it's not often we get a fresh theory on Mindshock, but that's just a big wow. Another poster said the photos will be of her and Bill Rausch now sitting in an evidence locker waiting to be used at trial. That's curious. Because Cecil, what's weird though? Because Cecil Smith seemed fixated on Bill Rausch being somehow the culprit. What is in those photos? And are those photos the keys to solving this case? And why was law enforcement so interested in them? Armadillo Flat said they knew a lot more on February 9th than they have ever stated in regards to law enforcement. Another response here. This is basically what I've been trying to convey here. I keep talking about that week and the very odd actions by UMPD, Haverhill PD, and New Hampshire State Police. There's no way in hell they were reacting to an abandoned car and a DWI walkaway or even an alleged suicide. Yet all of what they tried to tell the public was completely opposite. This is also where many misuse the term police conspiracist by questioning their actions and words. People are quick to say, oh, you believe police killed Morrat. I believe they are intentionally lying to everyone and have been all along. They also don't have 2 grand juries for Morrat walking off into the woods or a suicide. That's a good point. All of these things are deflections. Law enforcement may know something started at UMass and is connected to the Saturn being found in New Hampshire. Nothing lines up. It's in plain sight, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, that much seems to be obvious at this point, that law enforcement definitely knew a lot of information. Obviously, we don't know what that information was, and they knew it a lot earlier than people would have thought. So the question is, did they know it before the earlier 7 p.m. accident? And at which point did they actually know it? Because why is Cecil Smith telling fire department to get away from the car that they're supposed to be checking? Clearly, there's something weird going on. I mean, that's the only thing that's clear at this point. I'm not claiming to know what it is. I'm not claiming it if maybe the police are all the good guys here. Maybe they got some kind of warning that a CI was in danger or whatever, and there's some kind of overlapping issue between the DEA vehicle, the U.S. Marshal activity in the area. I mean, who knows what's going on, but this doesn't make them bad guys. They just like Bill Rausch. If Bill Rausch could be the good guy or the bad guy, or I guess he could just be an overreacting psychotic who maybe he's not the good or bad guy. Who knows? But if he was going there to save Morrat, that's also an explanation of why he's getting his West Point professor and the professor's wife for them to leave work to go search for a standard DUI walkaway, because he knew something else was up. Or, of course, if he's the bad guy and he's trying to intercept something, that also works. But either way, he's clearly got information that has not been made public. Here's another post from Pearl Jelly. I read old comments from others about a lot of this, and it's great to see the source of it. Why is everyone interested in mountain lakes? Was that a party type of place? Did Cecil discover something in the car that led him to say that? If not, then it's a very odd statement to pull out of nowhere. And then there's the comment of someone seen walking towards the Eddy or the SSS. Who gave that description? Did Cecil leave the scene and go to Mountain Lakes? John Smith posted this. He received a comment from Abby Kennedy, quote, as far as I can remember, we only checked 112 towards Bradley Hill on both sides of the road. We had not seen anyone on our way, so we didn't bother to go towards the Swiftwater store. I don't remember anyone even discussing Old Peters Road. Cecil was the only law enforcement I saw on scene. As far as I remember, he went straight to Mountain Lakes. So not only is he pulling out the statement, oh, the driver went to a friend at Mountain Lake in the Mountain Lakes area, but he also goes there to check? Anybody find that kind of weird? But continuing the comment here of Pearl Jelly, I'm telling you, there are more witnesses to the events on the 9th, or there's something more to the story of the known witnesses. It's probably a bit of both. Regarding Faith claiming she never saw the smoking man, I currently have a running theory it was Tim, not Faith, who reported that part. Falk provided some info from someone he's spoken to saying they heard over the scanner the first caller calling back saying he could see her or someone smoking. In every interview, with the exception of the one with Whitewash, Tim also is seeing this part. If Tim did call back, then that's the call that could have been merged with Faith's initial call. Faith also said she was one of the 3 911 calls received. Technically, she could have been one and Tim another. Regardless, I don't think Marsh got that info wrong. But I really don't want to start the smoking man argument for the millionth time. And now there's another set of first responders finding the scene amiss and the handling of it even more so. People need to stop ignoring what these local first responders have been saying. It's important. Thank you for sharing. Armadillo Flats added, Mountain Lakes Association is mostly a second home community, with most people being from Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, and New York. Interesting. So, okay. Huh. Is that why that's still kind of weird, because this is February. This is still ski season up there. So how does he know she's going to party in Mountain Lakes instead of going to a mountain for skiing? Wow. Okay. Gemi Pariah here has some very interesting theories, saying the developed photos could be pics to give Bill back, along with all the other crap in her car that indicates he was getting his stuff back, which he actually took back 8 days later, like he likes, court orders be damned. With some other responses, what I don't get is why she left all that stuff on her bed in the dorm, which is supposedly Bill-related or West Point-related, with the note versus the old email versus nothing on top of everything. If she was meeting Bill with the diamond necklace, the monkey, etc., why leave all that stuff at UMass? Gemi Pariah responded with this, here's what I think. I don't think she spent Sunday night in the dorm. I think she was scared because she knew he was in town and left that shrine knowing he would come looking for her. She could have stood him up and probably thought that he would be gone by Monday because he wouldn't have been able to get any more leave time. I think he ambushed her right before the ATM. Huh. So was MAURA staying at the Phillip Street address? And we're going to get into some more West Point connections in a moment. But she was also communicating with someone at West Point. Did she have questions about Bill? Or, you know what's kind of crazy? Was she communicating with someone close to Bob McDonald, the West Point professor? Did someone tell the professor what MAURA and this other individual she was communicating with at West Point were talking about in regards to Bill? And that's why he was on the phone with Bill at the exact same time, allegedly. That, if Bill was already there, because, again, there's so much obfuscation regarding Bill's whereabouts and verifying those whereabouts. There's some weird connections here. We have West Point in the mix. We have the track team in the mix. Was MAURA staying at the Phillip Street address with one of her track teammates or a former teammate who was there as well at the apartment? Some more questions here by Never Pedestrian. How many people did Christine McDonald interview? It's odd that she was interviewing any. She was the civilian wife of the mentor of an on-off-again boyfriend of a girl possibly involved in a possible DUI. Armadillo Flat responded, my point here is, how many people did Christine interview besides the ones we know of? Did she speak to any other people in the general area to get their input for the night of February 9th and the following days? Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Because if this random wife of the mentor of the boyfriend of a girl, or possibly ex at that point, who had an alleged DUI walkaway, if she's going around, again, I've asked this question. How many times has the boyfriend or ex-boyfriend mentor's wife from out of state interviewed neighbors regarding a DUI walkaway? Has this ever happened in the history of the world in any country? But if she's taking the initiative to do that, how many people did she interview that we don't know about? That's an excellent question. So there's another unknown neighbor who apparently did see something that night. We'll be getting into him in a moment. But yeah, all of this is just so strange. I mean, I kind of see why this is coincidence theorists' favorite case, because there are more coincidences, oddities, and anomalies in this case than pretty much any other case. And I guess if they get off on pretending that all these coincidences are normal, I mean, this would be their go-to case. So before we get back to the Westmans, let's look at another major Mindshock here. This is the second individual who's going to deny being on scene like Monahan. This is firefighter Whitey Mitchell. Another post by Armadillo Flats here. Why did firefighter Whitey Mitchell deny being on scene at the Weather Barn Corner on February 9, 2004, even though his signature is on the fire department roster for that incident? When I spoke to Whitey on the phone twice, he denied he was at the Weathered Barn incident on February 9, 2004. I asked why his signature was on the fire department roster, and he stated it was not him. I asked me to supply me with his signature so I could compare. He actually sent me a pic of his driver's license, and I compared the two signatures, and they were exact. I sent him the fire department roster, and he agreed it was his signature, but that doesn't prove he was there on that night. He said maybe someone else signed it for him. Why? Someone who knew exactly what his signature looked like? So this is weird because this is someone who's appearing to be honest, right? Because if he wasn't aware that his signature was on the list, and somebody, I'm assuming with some kind of credentials, was calling him and trying to get information, someone he felt comfortable enough to send his actual photograph of his license to, and then lo and behold, it's a perfect match, and then now he's claiming someone must have signed it for him, but not just anybody. Somebody who could absolutely perfectly replicate his signature. Continuing the post here, I find it highly unlikely that anyone else signed him in. Why would they do that? Well, here's the other thing. If he knew he was there and he signed it and it's perfect, why is he continuing the charade and sending the photograph of the license, etc., etc.? That's kind of weird. I spoke to Chief Brad Kennedy in 2004, and he stated that everyone on the list was at the scene. Okay, so the police chief is saying he was there. So from this statement, we have to concur that Whitey was indeed at the Weather Barn corner on February 9, 2004. My personal opinion is that Whitey is lying, and we need to know why. Why is Whitey lying about this, and why did he move away from the area all the way across the country? Well, to me, the strangest thing is why would he even bother sending the photo of the license if he knew it would match the signature? Like, none of this. What a weird case. Edit update. Another interesting thing is that Whitey shared an address in North Haverhill with a person in 2004, and that person was at Fort Sill, Oklahoma at the same time Bill Roush was. Okay, I might have to be officially out of this case. This might be the coincidence straw that breaks the proverbial camel's back. What? This person is in the FA-22 Field Artillery Division. Billy was the major in charge of the artillery division. Hold on a second. I think this really might be the last straw for me in this stratospheric coincidence stack. What are the chances that a firefighter who's denying being on scene at a DUI walkaway being attributed to an individual who is the girlfriend of a guy of his roommate in North Haverhill? So a military individual in Billy Roush's division at Fort Sill has the same address as a firefighter denying being on the scene of his girlfriend's or possible ex-girlfriend's alleged DUI walkaway. And then, yeah, this is too much, man. This is just way too much. This is beyond mind-shocking now. These are just way too many connections here. Supposedly there are also... Now, Mitchell's a very, very popular last name, but supposedly there were Mitchells that lived behind Butch Atwood's house as well. So they could be related, especially in the exact same area. Supposedly, Whitey Mitchell is also childhood friends of a politician. So who's going to believe this? Area Court News, October 20th, 2004. Haverhill. The following cases were tried before Judge Timothy J. McKenna at the Grafton County Courthouse on September 13th and 20th. So this is all public information. Journal Opinion, October 20th, 2004. Check out the people who are on this list. Sky Weeks 21 of Woodsville was fined $120 for issuing bad checks from an account with insufficient funds. So she may or may not have been Claude Moulton's girlfriend, who may or may not have inhabited the A-frame house in the Mountain Lakes area. Whitey Mitchell, 23 of North Haverhill, was fined $72 for failing or neglecting to stop at a stop sign. Virgil Aldrich, 41 of Woodsville, was fined $120 by Fish and Game for operating an OHRV with a revoked license. And we'll be getting into Aldrich in a moment. And then also we have here Angie Moulton, 32 of Haverhill, was arraigned. Anybody want to guess the charge? Abandoning a vehicle. Now, I wonder what this area court news, if people have these for every couple of weeks, because this is only October 20th, 2004. Does this same circle of individual just continue to pop up? I mean, that's insane. Here's an interesting post from Any Budget. Talk about name and shame. Seems to me you can't fart in Haverhill without someone finding out. Unless you crash your car and go missing, then nobody knows. F.A. But the bum fluff for me makes him suspicious. Obviously, this man is incapable of making the right decision. Yeah, this is kind of crazy. Holy crap, we have a new theory. We have a new theory. I don't know if I would say this on Mindshock. We have a completely new Maura Murray theory. On this list is also Curtis Judd and Jarrett Olson. So Judd, charged with 2 counts of taking a deer during closed season and fined $600. He was charged with 2 counts of illegal night hunting and fined $600, committed to the House of Corrections for 20 days, placed on probation. The Fish and Game Department charged him with discharging a firearm within 300 feet of a house, hunting from a motor vehicle, illegal transportation of deer, and illegal possession of deer. So he's driving around at night shooting randomly? And then Jared Olson, 17 of Lime, was charged with 3 counts of night hunting, taking deer hunting during closed season, hunting from a motor vehicle, illegal transportation of deer, and illegal possession of deer, with fines totaling $4,800. He was also fined $250 per deer in restitution. This is insane. There's also... Okay. Malcolm Tarleton, 17 of Thetford, was fined $600 for assisting another in taking illegal deer for the same complaint. Okay, so there's people driving around at night shooting? What? So here's this new theory proposed by Any Budget. These 2 guys who were charged with illegally night hunting reminded me of early on in the case when searching for MAURA, they came across a mutilated deer. I actually don't even remember that charge. I mean, wow, we're coming across a whole bunch of new information in this case. Can you imagine a scenario where there's people out illegally night hunting and MAURA somehow did end up in the woods, get shot? They most likely get rid of the evidence, then do the time for illegally hunting and accidentally killing someone. My imagination ran away from me there. Another poster said, this has actually crossed my mind before. She ran into the woods at night and got shot by some hunters. Okay, this is kind of weird though, but supposedly there were no footprints there. But these guys were supposedly night hunting from a vehicle. So were they recklessly driving around shooting and they shot MAURA? Or whoever? I mean, this is kind of weird. Because wasn't John Monahan also in the woods searching? And then, of course, denying to have been there? Is he the one who found the mutilated deer? Who found the mutilated deer? Half-Baked Cupcake posted this. Newspaper putting Whitey on blast for a $27 ticket. Either a slow news days or immaculate reporting or record keeping. You know what's weird, though? With all of this immaculate reporting and record keeping, except for the night that this Saturn is found, then all of a sudden none of the records can be verified or found. And then we have a Moulton abandoning a vehicle. That's a curious charge. I mean, the previous local theories is that Sky Weeks was somehow there. But who knows? And supposedly Sky Weeks looks like MAURA, but... Here's an interesting comment from V.A. Beeman. They probably didn't want EMT or anyone else to feel the hood of the car and notice that it's been there long enough to cool down. Not that that's a priority of theirs, but EMTs are very observable individuals. Also, supposedly, Whitey Mitchell told John Smith he wasn't there that night either. So he told two different individuals that he wasn't there. Valuation Analyst posted this. Imagine doing an entire Oxygen series, coming in all gung-ho, and barely ever speaking to EMS or the fire department. That show was a farce and failure on so many levels. Lavoie looks absolutely terrible and a guilty conscience for something. Not sure how people can value the word and work of Cecil and dismiss it with one mention of a disease. Art Roderick was laughable, really standing next to the distraction. Maggie talks to locals, witnesses, EMS, and police, and dig. That is all we really want. The rest is nonsense distraction drama. And again, if you haven't checked out the logical analysis of the Oxygen series on Mindshock, check that out. Art Roderick is indeed quite the goof. Armadillo Flats posted this. I agree. Was the opportunity with the fire department and other EMT missed on purpose? I spent hours with Texas crew, Art, and Maggie, and they bragged about how thorough they were being. What a laugh. The Oxy Doc was created to shine a bad light, not to get answers. Wow, that's so... Is Armadillo Flats... Did they work on the documentary in some capacity? They said they spent hours with the entire Texas crew. Armadillo Flats stated, I was in the Oxygen documentary. They don't state who they were, though. Is it also normal for 8 out of whatever, 10, 11, 12, how many fire department people are there in this small little hamlet? 8 of them get dispatched to a DUI walkaway? Is that normal? Okay, since comprehensive is the name of the game here, I'm going to go over a post by Marie Quatre Poches, who actually sums up Alden Olson's Iranian connections. Now that we've been discussing Hussein Bagdadi and the track team more, perhaps it's even more relevant here, especially considering the mechanic connections. So let's look at this. In summary, we are peddling in sauerkraut. Should we rule out the possibility that MAURA was an informant or someone close, a friend? I mean, does that make sense? If one of MAURA's close friends was an informant and she didn't know about it, then found out about it, and now there's this massive spiral involved at UMass and UMPD, and does this overlap with her breaking up with Bill Rausch? Are there two different situations here? Let's not fall for false dichotomies. Are there two overlapping crises happening at the same time? And would that account for everything? But continuing her post here, parsing the Iranian connection, another Vasi theory. Vasi, the hit and run of this college student is a story that dogs MAURA's case. Why? The timing fits. Vasi was hit nearby and around the time of MAURA's Thursday shift. Saturday, she and Fred contact auto body shops, allegedly, and Tuesday she goes missing. Reports placed MAURA's Saturn at Reliance Auto Body on Saturday. More about that below. Police said the paint flecks at the scene of the Vasi accident did not match the paint on the Saturn, but the evidence seemed flimsy at best and the driver was never located. Also, the paint chips could have been from a collision in between the Saturn and like a trash can or whatever. How do they know those paint chips were directly from the car? And they weren't from something else, because he got hit. There could have also been another object involved in the hit. I mean, flimsy is a great word for that. I mean, a lot of gullible goofs cling desperately to that as if it's some kind of conclusive proof, but whatever. Perhaps you don't think MAURA hit Vasi, but someone did. Due to the location of the hit and run at the intersection of Triangle and Mattoon, it's highly likely that it was someone with ties to UMass. What if MAURA knew the person who hit Vasi? Remember, the innocent student was in a coma for weeks, nearly on his deathbed, and with no recollection of the accident. But enough mind to say that anything to do with MAURA was far-fetched. I mean, that's a curiosity indeed. When thinking about whom in MAURA's life this could be, it's important to go over the days and weeks leading up to her disappearance. So this is from Alden Olson's blog, September 2013. 2003, according to writer James Renner, UMass student Maura Murray has an intimate affair with Iranian Hussein Bagdadi, a UMass track coach. This is confirmed by Maura's friends. Also, now that we've learned that Petrit Vasi or his roommate had a gun in their closet, and also what facilitated that search of the room of somebody in a coma, that's just kind of weird all around. Man, it's so hard to make heads or tails of this case. This is like no other case ever. I mean, if we thought it was bad before, this episode's definitely the most mind-shocking yet. And we're not even done. 2003, Maura Murray is seen visiting the Phillip Street by an employee of the building's owner. Phillip Street is a popular party destination, especially for UMass athletes. The small apartment building is located less than a 5-minute walk from Maura Murray's dormitory. 2004, an expert auto body specialist owns this Phillip Street address. An expert auto body specialist, a different one, holds the first guy's mortgage. So that's curiosity. So this Phillip Street address that Maura visited and may have even visited right before she disappeared and possibly even stayed there, it's owned by one auto body specialist. A different auto body specialist owns that mortgage of the first guy. So there's 2 auto body specialists regarding this Phillip Street address. Okay. February 5th, 2004, Petrit Vasi, an Albanian student at UMass, waits for a ride at a house rented by an Iranian friend on Southeast Street in Amherst. The ride never shows. Vasi walks towards UMass campus. He is struck and almost killed on Triangle Street by a hit-and-run driver of an unknown vehicle. The rental house on Southeast Street is owned by an Iranian. The same Iranian who owns Reliance Auto. So this is the house that Petrit Vasi's friend, his Iranian friend. Wow. Okay, is everybody keeping track of this? February 6, 2004, Maura Murray's father, Fred Murray, arrives in Amherst to visit his daughter. February 7th, a call is made from Maura Murray's phone. And again, we have to appreciate Alden Olson's accuracy here because we don't know who made the call. The call was made from her phone to Reliance Auto. Reliance Auto, which has its own auto body shop, specializes in selling used cars that have salvage titles. These vehicles have been previously totaled out by an insurance adjuster due to crash. This Iranian who owns Reliance Auto and the same property that Petrit Vasi's friend lives at. Also, there's 2 other properties right next to this Iranian's, to Reliance Auto, that's owned by CJ Enterprises, which was the tow company of the Corolla. So February 8th, 2004, Maura Murray crashes her father's Corolla early Sunday morning at the intersection of North Hadley Road and Roosevelt Street in Hadley, Massachusetts, about a mile from the Southwest dorms. Hadley police officer Mark Ruddock, who responded to the crash at 3:33 a.m., does not cite or arrest Maura. The Corolla is towed by C&J Enterprises. The tow truck driver gives Maura Murray a ride to a Russell Street motel located approximately 2 miles away where her father is staying. February 8, 2004, the owner of the Corolla, Fred Murray, Maura Murray's father, contacts his insurance agent. Amherst Appraisal, located a few feet from the motel where Fred Murray is staying, is asked to appraise the damage to the Corolla. The 96 Saturn, customarily driven by Maura Murray and owned by her father, is seen with extensive body damage by auto expert Bob. Bob sees the damaged Saturn in the Amherst, Massachusetts area before the vehicle is subsequently found in the abandoned Haverhill, New Hampshire, February 9, 2004. Bob also sees the damaged Corolla and knows that local law enforcement has closely inspected it. The 96 Saturn is found abandoned in Haverhill, New Hampshire, and Maura Murray is never seen again. February-March 2004, a local PI, R.C. Stevens, becomes involved in the investigation of Maura Murray's disappearance. Stevens, a retired Massachusetts state police officer and a certified motor vehicle crash reconstructionist, is affiliated with Amherst Appraisal. So that's kind of interesting. So this this private investigator is on the case, and he's the one. He's affiliated with Amherst Appraisal, right next to the motel that saw the Corolla. In 2006, Helena Murray co-signs for an apartment at the Phillips Street address. Wow. Okay. So that's from Olson's blog. Here's the continued commentary. Does it seem like there's a pattern of people who may have had an affiliation or connection to one of Maura's boyfriends? In other words, has anyone ever considered whether there was any connection between Hussein and Vasi? Or do any other theories come to mind when you analyze the above? Does it not seem the affiliation or similar backgrounds between different contexts is more than coincidental? I mean, there is a huge Iranian community in Amherst. What are the odds that both Maura's boyfriend and the owner of the auto body repair shop she contacted in a hurry following Vasi's accident were both from the same background? Well, not only that, but Vasi's friend, too, the landlord, who's also the body repair shop. Did Maura make a surreptitious late-night visit using her father's car as to not attract attention to a location where she could inquire about car repairs on the sly before making harried plans to ditch her car? This is all conjecture, but these points are worth examining. So Helena Murray's son went to UMass as well, so that could explain that signature, but is it curious that her son would also stay at the Phillips Street address? Maybe not if it was a popular address, but... Okay, let's get further into Mindshock land. Here's a post from Annabelle. Wait a sec. Was this guy, firefighter Whitey Mitchell, a security guard at the Lodge condo complex in Lincoln at one time? Edit. The more I think about it, I really think he might have been. I lived there for a brief spell, and this is really ringing a bell. The Lodge at Lincoln Station, mostly an expletive hole. There was an older security guard named Steve who was creepy AF. Would slide weird notes under our door if he deemed the TV too loud. And there was Whitey, both really odd dudes. This would have been around 07, 08-ish. Wow, that's insane. That's really insane. Okay, so here's another Westman interview. This is 2006, and again brought to us by Armadillo Flats here. The second Westman interview, Tim and Faith Westman, interviewed relative to their knowledge of certain events that occurred February 9th, 2004 concerning the disappearance of Maura Murray. They were interviewed by telephone with both of them on the line at the same time. The Westmans indicated that at approximately 1900 hours, which is 7 p.m., February 9th, 2004, they were working inside of their home office. They heard what sounded like a thud or thump coming from the front of their residence. Both went into their kitchen to look out the window that faces Route 112, now known as Wild Amanusak Road, to see what had made this sound. They observed a dark-colored vehicle, no further description by them, off the road facing west or towards Lincoln, New Hampshire. Wasn't it facing the wrong way? That's weird. The rear of the vehicle was very near or adjacent to a tree, with the driver's side of the car on the wooded side and the passenger on the road side. Both the Westmans could see the interior light of the car come on and subsequently go off several times as they watched the vehicle. It was their opinion that the car had been traveling eastbound when it left the road, struck a tree, and came to rest facing westbound. Both noted that the road was dry at the time of this accident with no ice, black ice, or snow, which would have caused the vehicle to go off the roadway. They also noted that a couple days after this incident, they observed the tire tracks in the snow left by the car at the time of this accident. It was clear to them that based upon these tracks, the operator successfully negotiated the severe curve in the road, but for reasons unknown, drove straight off the road. They could not offer any explanation for this collision. The Westmans noted at some point the emergency flashes for the vehicle also came on. After the Westmans watched the car for a few minutes, Bruce Atwood, that's interesting, so misspelled name here, one of their neighbors drove by and stopped at the collision scene. He was one of the local school bus drivers and was in fact driving a large yellow standard school bus at the time. He said the bus stopped facing east, the opposite of the parked vehicle, at which time Atwood opened the door of his bus and began to speak to the Westmans, later learned Maura Murray. Moore at the time had gotten out of the car and was speaking to Atwood from across the top of her vehicle. The Westmans recalled that Atwood spoke to Maura for only 1 or 2 minutes. After this conversation, Atwood left and drove the school bus back to his house, where he parked it as he usually does. What's weird, it's been reported that the boy parked it the opposite of what he usually does, whether it's backwards or not. The Westman said that Maura did not get into the school bus with Atwood, nor did Atwood get out of the bus when he spoke with Maura. Both of the Westmans said that a couple of minutes after Atwood and the bus left, they saw some activity out of the car and believed it was Maura. Well, this is putting words in their mouth. The driver was walking around the vehicle. Tim Westman said he could see a small light near, well, it says here Maura's face, but whatever, driver's face, and thought she was smoking a cigarette. He later learned that Maura did not smoke and that the light he saw was probably a light from her cell phone. You know what's weird, too? Somebody having a light near their face as if they're smoking is a lot different than holding a cell phone to their ear. And also, if there's no cell service, I mean, that would be really quick to find out. So why would there be a continual light? But anyway, after a couple minutes passed, both Westmans noted they saw no further lights coming from Maura's vehicle. So they were specifically watching the entire time? Another couple of minutes went by, at which time the Westmans saw a fully marked Haverhill police car coming from the west and parked near the scene. They observed the police car because it had its blue emergency lights on. And here's the question, is that Cecil or is that Monahan or is that somebody else? Another couple of minutes went by when the officer assigned to the police car came to their front door. So basically this would be Cecil, I guess, unless this is getting conflated. The officer asked where the female operator of the car in question was. Both Westmans stated they did not see Maura leave the area, but noted that if she walked from the collision scene, she had to walk eastbound. They noted that had she walked westbound, they would have seen her. The officer also noted that he came from the west and did not see her along his route. The Westmans noted it was 5 to 6 minutes in time from when Atwood left the school bus to the time the Haverhill police officer arrived on scene. The Westmans stated that soon after the officer left their residence, the local fire department, EMS staff, and other local and state police officers arrived at the scene of this collision and began to search for Maura. Both Westmans also noted the morning of the 10th, both of them looked their property over and found no footprints in the snow to show where if or how Maura, or the driver, left the accident scene. They said there certainly was enough snow for a person to leave footprints in the snow, and none were found by anyone in the immediate area of where Maura left her car, or the driver. They did note that it was possible that other vehicles drove by the scene where Maura was parked, including when she was speaking with Atwood. They were clear, however, that no other vehicles stopped at the scene, only Atwood. So they watched the whole time, and they couldn't recall if vehicles passed the road, but they did specifically state that no vehicle actually stopped. It should be noted that both the Westmans and the Morrats did not like Atwood. They described him as weird and peculiar, but declined to further document what weird and peculiar was. That's an interesting note there. Wow. A few more posts here. If the accident happened closer to 7 p.m., then Cecil could have shown up at 7:35 and the timeline all matches. However, that means all official timestamps, call log, Cecil's notes, and Cecil's police report are all wrong in the same direction by almost, but crucially not exactly, the same amount of time, which seems impossible. So what are we left with? Well, let's say the Westmans were a bit off about their 7 p.m. and the accident was closer to 7:25 p.m., then everything lines up perfectly with a 7:45 Cecil arrival. But then what do we do about witness A and what she saw and her cell phone timestamps? I personally find even the official timeline too compressed to really work. The Westmans had eyes on the driver of the Saturn 1 to 2 minutes before the first cop was on scene. They were watching to the west. Butch says he's on the bus and he has a clear view of the east and has eyes on the road. He also claims he could see the accident from his porch. He never went inside. So it really is impossible to square this circle with what we know now. That is weird. Another response, I can certainly see why people think there was an earlier police arrival by an off-the-books cop and he's the one who took MAURA. Timing would be incredibly tight for Cecil not to see this first cop. But no matter how you look at it, if we believe any of the timeline as we know it, whatever happened to MAURA happened in a seemingly impossibly short time. Well, again, even if that was even her. Who was the driver? Here's an interesting post from Gemi Pariah. Bill, in his investigating and searching, never talked to the Westmans. Had he done that, I would have dropped him as a suspect, truly. But like I figured, he wasn't chancing getting in front of the two people who saw him, probably told to him by Christine he is sneaky. That's actually curious. Is that why Christine or Bob McDonald, Bill Rausch's mentor, got his wife to interview the neighbors to see if they recognized who was there? And is that why Bill Rausch didn't want to hang around and search in the immediate area and preferred to go far and wide with the posters? Because he knew some of the neighbors could identify him? That would be weird. That would be curious. So in the Westmans' first interview, page 2, when I asked the Westmans about the timeline between that point and when the police arrived, they said that it took about 15 minutes for the police to arrive after the bus left. They felt sure that it could have been that long, but no shorter than 10 minutes. During this time, they saw someone smoking a cigarette from inside the car from the front passenger seat. And you know what's curious? Does this match up with Butch Atwood saying the driver of the vehicle was talking to him from the driver's side, over the driver's side door? That's kind of weird. Tim Westman said that he had told Fred Murray about that, but he, Fred, insisted his daughter did not smoke, so it must have been the light from her cell phone, he said. So the Westmans are basically saying that Fred knows better than they did what they saw. Whether it was a man, whether it was somebody smoking, Fred knows better than they did what they saw. I mean, how does Fred even know that it was MAURA in the vehicle, let alone whether she smoked or not? And he might have not known about her smoking. I mean, this wouldn't be the first college or high school kid to hide being a smoker from their parents. So, yeah, this is all kind of weird. So the Westman said the light inside the car and the trunk kept going on and off, and finally there were no lights at all. No more than 2 minutes after that point, the police cruiser arrived. Shortly thereafter, a police officer knocked on their door asking if anyone from the car accident had come to their residence, and they all said no. So this leaves no more than 60 seconds for the driver to disappear. And someone was watching in both directions. So Butch was watching eastward, allegedly. The Westmans were watching westward, allegedly. And, of course, there were apparently other neighbors watching as well. So a post here regarding this first interview. How incredibly bizarre that the Westmans are stating here that police arrived about 15 minutes after Atwood left. If we assume everyone is on the up and up with what they are saying, it doesn't add up even if we adjust for minor time differences. If Faith called in at 7:27 p.m. and the 911 call ended at 7:29 or 7:30 p.m., she never mentions Atwood arriving on scene, and then Atwood is there for 2 to 4 minutes, depending. Then we are still back to Cecil arriving when he said he did at 7:45 p.m., and when dispatch recorded it as so. It is also bizarre that the driver was noticed still on scene after Atwood left, but was still there 1 minute before police arrived. Another interesting post here. I also find it odd that the Westmans insist Maura Murray must have gone, or the driver, must have gone east, because if she went west, they would have seen her. Ann Smith came from the west and did not see her, yet not one person went east to look for her. Yeah, I mean, it's all pretty bizarre. Pretty bizarre. Armadillo Flat stated, the driver disappeared in the blink of an eye. I don't buy it, never have. Valuation Analyst posted, this right here is the single most important statement. It is an absolute mockery that has been pushed. Yeah, she vanished in a second. No witnesses, weren't coerced, and the cops aren't covering anything up. She actually just disappeared in a minute window with 30 expletive pairs of eyes all looking at her. Apparently, this is Guy Parody's interview with the Westmans. And some people believe this Parody fellow makes a parody of investigating. Pearl Jelly posted this. There has been no explanation as to why the time changed. If the logs had never been released to the public, then what would the timeline look like? Faith's 7:27 call possibly reset the clock. There isn't much known prior to 7:27. No explanation as to why Maura would be driving on 1:12 past her home. There doesn't have to be a conspiracy of removing an earlier call from the Grafton logs. There doesn't even have to be a call to Grafton Dispatch to move up the timeline. It's all based on Faith saying she called right away. And Atwood identifying Maura. I mean, that wasn't a real identification. He said she didn't look like the pictures. And also failed the poly. In one breath, people will say witness accounts are not reliable, but in this case, it all hinges on these two statements. Yeah, it is weird. The Dunning-Kruger gullible goof crowd, the coincidence theorist crowd here, they all state witnesses aren't reliable, yet they put so much religious fervor into defending Butch Atwood's clearly not clear identification of Maura. And yeah, it's also very weird. He's also the least objective party. I mention this all the time. If that really was Maura, he's the last person to see an alleged missing persons. He's the least objective and least credible out of all the people on scene. And yet the gullible goof crowd, who just devoutly believe that it had to be Maura at the scene, and just completely abandon all logic and reason and basic common sense in order to do so. Yeah, it's so weird. You don't see this in other cases. With old info being brought to light, the Westman version of events has changed over time. In the McDonald notes, Tim says he thought it may have been earlier, possibly 2 people. Fred himself said he couldn't get a clear answer on the time. An earlier timeline is shut down immediately. I would love to see other factors that a possibility when discussing the theories and timelines. See how much it may or may not make sense to what is known. Armadillo Flats posted a great comment. There are 2 things in this case that have been pushed as a narrative for years, and anyone that disagrees with those things is immediately told they're wrong or a conspiracy nut. Those 2 things are, 1, the Saturn hit the tree, end of story. 2, the timeline is correct. You know, it's weird, too. Like, the Dunning-Kruger coincidence theorists, their psychological projection is on point because they're the ones that believe in the conspiracy that it definitely was Maura and all of these things. The official story is the conspiracy theory. It's insane. But we must not forget that the damage is not consistent and the timeline had to be adjusted to fit their narrative that Cecil arrived earlier. The Oxy documentary and the police interviews were only done to try to fix the problem. However, it turned out that they backfired and opened up a whole new can of worms, and they are still fighting it to this day. Someone is hiding something. And a bunch of Dunning-Kruger goofs followed up that comment, proving the point about their cluelessness. So, from the first interview, also, they had it states here, they had a very clear view of the accident scene. The Westmans told us they were the first to see the accident scene. They heard the collision and watched out their window the entire time. As an aside, they said that the tree the ribbon on is on the wrong tree that was hit in the accident, is actually closer to the corner. Neither of them went out to the scene when it happened, but Tim Westman said that he went out later after all the fire department people and police were there and saw the car close up. He said that there wasn't much snow on the snowbanks and that the car could have been walked around without any trouble. The car looked like it was parked on the roadway and didn't readily look like it had crashed. So they clearly stated they watched the entire time. And you know what's curious? Dodgers fan posted this. The Westmans say the tree the Saturn allegedly hit is actually closer to the weather barn corner, not where it was during this interview. The blue ribbon tree. Yet, the famous picture of Murray's car on the side of the road is much farther down than both reference points. Both the blue ribbon tree and the Westman's estimate. And Atwood's wife claimed the Saturn was originally right outside their residence by Bradley Hill Road. Holy smokes. Yeah, I went over this in the previous episodes. There's like 4 or 5 different locations for the Saturn. Some of them drastically different, so that's weird. So here's the last post on the Westmans. Gemi Pariah also posted, what would cause Faith Westman to call 911 back to see what was taking so long and why? Why logically would anyone call 911 a second time? Shouldn't the first time be sufficient? This was a minor accident. Calling back to see what's taking so long doesn't make sense. Did Faith see a struggle between 2 people at the car, one person known to be MAURA? Question mark. Unable Strain posted, is it possible she saw something that troubled her, either causing her to worry about the driver or causing her to worry about who is this person on my road and what are they doing, in lieu of going outside and offering a warm place or other assistance to the person? Perhaps it made her feel better to call and see when police would be there. Responses, this is what I think might have happened as well. Faith observed something in front of her house she thought was suspicious. Perhaps she was concerned about the Saturn being parked on the wrong side of the road in front of her house for a period of time and asked her husband Tim to have a look. Perhaps Tim suggested Faith call the cops rather than either one of them go outside to find out what was going on. And you know what's weird? This also kind of points to this possibly being a male, because they might have not felt comfortable going outside. I mean, this is a dark winter night. If it's really a lone female, wouldn't they be more comfortable going outside and see what was going on and offering help? I don't see a reason why Faith would have made a second call or needed to. Though per the end of this transcript with Grafton Dispatch, Grafton states, okay, very good, I'll sending an officer. This is Grafton Dispatch's response to Faith right after she reiterates that the location of the accident is around the corner from the weathered barn. I mean, if Faith admitted that she did not go out to investigate, told dispatch the location of the scene right around the corner from the weathered barn, and Grafton informed her they were sending an officer, then why would there be a need for another call? Coral posted this, I still can't get over calling 911 to begin with. 911 is for house fires, fearful for your life, heart attacks, bleeding to death, not for some random little car accident where you see people walking around. Did she really call 911 or the regular line? Responses, I agree on this. A car parked with someone getting in and out, or a car on fire with kids burning inside. It seems very obvious she was scared or nervous for herself, not so much if somebody was in dire need of police. Gemi Pariah posted, well, yeah, she probably saw a 6'4" smoking man roughing up the female and wasn't going to get involved. But no, the only reason for her to call back was because the cop was taking too long. Eye roll emoji. Another response here. If Faith did make a second call, perhaps Butch stopping his bus on the scene but then leaving shortly after, and the Saturn still sitting across the street from Tim and Faith's played a factor. I mean, if Faith was concerned enough about a vehicle parked across the street to call 911 once, perhaps seeing Butch leaving the scene and the car still parked across the street prompted her to make another call, if indeed she did. From my understanding, Faith and Tim did not know Butch or Barb. Only they were neighbors down the road, and they each drove a school bus. Otherwise, if they knew Butch on a more personal level, maybe they would have called his house and asked what the deal was before calling 911 a second time, if Faith did so. And of course, there are still the issues with Monahan seeing lights as he pulled up, supposedly while Faith was still on the phone with 911 or someone else. And if there were 2 911 calls from Faith, that would actually explain the Monahan discrepancies. Another post, she never mentioned a female on the scene and actually said man smoking. Faith was more nervous on this aspect, in my opinion, because if they indeed even thought it was a young female, why not go out to check if all was okay or if they needed help? Because Faith was more worried about a male stranger near her home, most likely. The vehicle in its final resting spot was parked alongside the roadway, actually perfectly parallel to the lines. Cecil put in his report as final resting location or parked. But also, if the car was moved multiple times, I mean, we don't really know what all those locations would have been. So here is yet another leaked interview with Dot. Her and her husband lived up off Bradley Hill Road and went by the scene that night. Interview with a witness who went by the scene. Her name is Dot, and she works at the local lodge, Nootka Lodge. And that, of course, is the subject of many other theories, which we've gone over as well. She and her husband left their house in Benton around 7:15 p.m. en route to the Llandaff Town Hall for a meeting, and would have been driving by the accident scene approximately 8 to 9 minutes later. When she stated when they went by the Red Barn, there was no activity or vehicles in the vicinity. They continued to the meeting and would have arrived around 8 to 10 minutes later. They would put the time approximately 7:35 p.m. or so. They stayed at the meeting for about a half hour and then headed home. They crossed the covered bridge and stopped at the intersection of Route 112 when a black or dark blue full-size pickup with a red light on the dash went by them, headed east towards the accident scene. They headed east also during home, and when they approached the Red Barn area, they noticed emergency lights, so they slowed almost to a stop as they were driving by. They noticed the truck that had passed them was parked at the Red Barn area by Peters Road, and a man was stepping out when they went by but did not recognize him. She also stated that a Haverhill Cruiser, a fire truck, and an SP unit was on scene. She stated the trooper was John Monahan, who she said she knew personally. They continued home and did not see any vehicles on the way home. She said on Wednesday the 11th that SP and F&G were searching on Bradley Hill Road. They never stopped them and never asked if they saw anything or traveled the road all the time or anything. What a thorough investigation. So, yeah, a lot of people placed John Monahan on the scene whose presence was denied to Fred Murray. That's very curious. A lot of people still think that John Monahan was first on scene, and that's why there's so much shady business regarding John Monahan. And apparently he was also demoted to desk duty shortly after, so it's all very weird. Armadillo Flat stated that the truck belonged to Dick McKean, the tow truck driver. Armadillo Flat stated that in New Hampshire, only first responders are supposed to have emergency lights. And it might not have been McKean, but McKean did state that he drove to the scene in his pickup and parked by the Weathern Barn. So it's an assumption on Armadillo Flats that it was him. Next up, we have 2 interviews with John Morrat. So this is January 10th, 2006. I went to the Morrat residence and spoke to Morrat, who is a retired railroad man. He told me right away that he's tired of everyone bothering him, and although he wishes someone would find Murray, people keep upsetting the neighborhood. In fact, this past weekend, 2 women from WMUR-TV came and talked to him after driving up and down the road in front of his house several times. He said he yelled at them and refused to talk to them about the incident involving Maura Murray. Morrat agreed to talk to me about what he knew as I stood outside his front door. He told me that after the crash happened, he looked outside and saw someone walk around the car twice. He said he saw Atwood in his school bus come by about 5 minutes at the most later, and then saw him back his school bus into his driveway as usual soon after. Wow, so we do have different accounts that he parked as usual as opposed to other accounts where he parked not as usual. Morrat said he never went down to the accident scene that night. He said it was very cold, about 10 degrees, and it was starting to snow. The next morning, Morrat said he went outside and there was a coating of fresh snow on the ground, not much, more like a dusting. He said he saw footprints going on a trail behind his house that leads to a dead-end road that goes up beyond the barn on the corner. He said he thought they belonged to a fish and game cop but wasn't sure. Morrat went down to the scene in the morning and talked to someone who was down there. He saw a pool of red on the ground and thought it might be blood, but was told by that person that it was wine that had dumped out. I asked Morrat what he knew of Butch Atwood. He told me that he seemed nice but didn't know him very well at all. He said that he was friends more with Forcier, who lives still on the corner of Bradley Hill Road and Route 112. He said that they would yell back and forth at each other in a friendly-like way. Morrat said that he had been told by someone in the past that Forcier might be a suspect and that Forcier had moved a trailer that he had there on his property but knew nothing about him at all. End of statements. Personal notes: in the Rathbun statements, there were indications about Morrat's pickup truck, a red Ford F-150 with a black cap on it. I saw it there behind the residence, bearing New Hampshire registration. The Rathbuns said they saw the license plate from the road near the crash site, and from my observations, that did not seem possible at all. The second Morrat interview, January 29th, 2006. Wow, so only 19 days later. John Morrat was interviewed via telephone relative to certain events concerning Maura Murray that occurred on February 9th, 2004. His wife, Virginia, listened to some of the interview and stated that she was in agreement with what her husband was telling me. Morrat stated that sometime between 1900 hours and 2000 hours on February 9th, 2004, he went to the kitchen sink inside of his residence to get a glass of water. As soon as he got to the sink, he observed a car with its trouble lights, four-way flashers on. The vehicle was on Route 112, now known as Wild Domino Road, with the front end facing towards Lincoln, New Hampshire. Morrat said the car was approximately 200 feet away and at somewhat of an angle from his residence. Morrat also said he had to look through several trees to see the car as well. He described the lighting conditions around the car as poor, with the only area ambient light coming from a barn at the Westman's property across the street from the car. Morrat related he could see a person walking around the vehicle, but he could only describe them as a shadowy figure at best. He could not provide any further details of this person. He further stated that the car was off the road with the driver's side of the vehicle on the woods side, with the passenger side along the roadway. He believed the car had been involved in an accident by hitting a tree and then backing up to the same tree. The vehicle was positioned adjacent and parallel to the roadway. Morrat noted that he did not hear or see the accident, but obtained this info from either the police or the rumor mill. Morrat said he later learned that this person was in fact Maura Murray. He said he learned this from local news reports as well as local and state police. Approximately 2 to 3 minutes went by watching the individual and the vehicle. Morrat said his neighbor Bruce Atwood stopped at the accident scene. Atwood was operating a standard large yellow school bus heading towards Lincoln. This was not unusual, as Morrat knew that Atwood was a school bus driver. When he stopped, it appeared to Morrat that Atwood opened the door of his bus and spoke to Maura for only 1 to 2 minutes. Morrat said he was quite sure Maura did not get into the bus, nor did Atwood get out of the bus. After speaking with Maura, or the driver rather, Atwood left the scene and backed his school bus into the driveway. Morrat said he did not hear the conversation between Atwood and Maura. Morrat said he wished he could have helped more, but had no further information to offer at this time. Morrat said a couple days later he observed a state trooper with a search dog in the area and knew at that time something must be terribly wrong. He said he learned on this day that Maura Murray was the subject of an investigation by the state and local police. Wow. And I don't believe anybody ever found out who he spoke to by the red pool that was supposedly determined to be wine. So that's a curiosity from that interview. So this is Christine McDonald's interview with John Morrat and the people behind the Weathern Barn. Christine and her husband are friends of Maura and Billy and were up there trying to help find Maura early on. Allegedly, that's what they were doing. The notes prepared, all quotes are verbatim and accurate. Morning of Monday, February 16th, approximately 10 a.m. Time between 7 and 8 p.m. Mr. Morrat went to the kitchen window, peel an orange, and saw a car with flashers going. Wait a second, so the story changed from getting a glass of water to peeling an orange. Not that that's that big of a deal, it's just kind of weird. The car backed up parallel to the road. Within 4 to 5 minutes, a bus came down route. So there, whatever happened with the car, he sees the car. Wait, the car backed up? Did he see it moving, or it was already backed up? Regardless, within 4 to 5 minutes, a bus came down Route 112 from Woodsville, stopped for 4 to 5 minutes. Well, that's weird because in the other accounts, it's much less than that. Bus continued down the road and backed into driveway located directly across the street from the Morrat residence. He stayed in the bus for quite a while and thought that was odd. He presumed he was making the 911 call from the bus. Could not see MAURA at the car thereafter. Police arrived, looked around the car with a flashlight, walked up to the red barn, walked up the private road, came back down the passed car, approached Mr. Atwood still in the bus. 15 minutes had elapsed from the time the police arrived to the time they reached the bus. When asked if there were any persons they would possibly be concerned about, John Morrat replied, no, not really. However, when he looked out the window down at the Atwood residence, said he and his wife had never really gotten along with those guys across the street. I asked guys, plural. John said the family across the street, he is an odd cat. John then said there were a few people he would be concerned about in the area, but no one specifically. These are kind of weird statements, so it's not that friendly of an area? Okay, another interview here, house behind the red barn. I spoke with this man. He told me he did not see anything. That John gave him first-hand information about it Tuesday, February 10th, and thought he was home, did not hear or see anything the evening of February 9th. Is that true, or did he really did see something, and he was told not to say? A post here from Folk. I find it interesting that Christine interviewed the man, but not the woman, because the woman was the so-called dog walker. Huh. Armadillo Flat stated, I spoke to her way back. She stated when she went out to walk her dog, but when she started to growl, she got nervous and did not go any further. She stated she didn't see anything. You know, that's curious. How often does that happen? Because if that's never happened before, then that would freak her out if her dog is reacting that way. And why would the dog be reacting that way? Did something really bad happen, or was there a dangerous person there? Seems kind of strange to react that way to, let's say, a random female college student. The second time I spoke to her, she said we should be looking into Massachusetts, but would not elaborate? What? Why is a local dog walker telling a researcher, investigator, to look at Massachusetts regarding Maura Murray? What? Why? What does this local dog walker know? Or was she scared and trying to divert attention away from dangerous people in the area? I mean, none of this case really makes any sense, I have to say. I mean, it's so mind-boggling. The other people I was never able to speak to is the family that owned the little cabin on the left going up OPR. I left them several cards over the years. There was also talk of the cabin being broken into, but nobody could nail down a time for that occurring. What? Wait, what? Folk responded, James Renner once spoke with the hermit who lived behind the crash site. I can try to find it. That might be the cabin on the left you're talking about. What? This is just so unbelievable. If this was a script for a Hollywood movie, it would definitely be thrown out for unbelievability. I mean, of all of this huge cast of characters around the staged scene, there's also a weird hermit who lives right behind the crash site? Armadillo Flats responded, I found out that belonged to a family from Connecticut, and they had a son that when he was up there drove crazy on the roads and was a real handful. Huh. So there's also a guy that happens to drive erratically in the area. I mean, what is going on in this random little hamlet? I wonder if we just randomly take any other weird turn in any other town, if it'll have this cast of characters, this many coincidences, this many shady dealings everywhere you look regarding law enforcement, fire department, I mean, just everything. Okay, let's go to the red truck witness statement. Armadillo Flats posted this. I found this in my files. Not sure if this version has been seen or not. I cannot remember where it was posted or how long ago or by who. So here is this document. Well, I do believe in the red truck witness. I am not a believer of the tandem driver theory, but I wanted to share for y'all a more complete account of that night from the witness that encountered the red truck. The witness, in her own words, I wish I could give an exact description of the truck, but I cannot. I was walking that night about 7 p.m. to the local store. As I was walking up the hill, a truck passed me and slowed down. When it got to the middle of the hill, it stopped in the road. I immediately looked at the plate and noticed it was from Massachusetts. There is only one street light there, and I could not tell how many people were in the vehicle. As I got closer to the truck, it took off up the hill. When I rounded the corner to the store, I could see the truck in the driveway of the store. As I walked into the parking lot, which is well lit, the truck took off towards the crash site. Of course, at that time, I did not know there was a crash. As for the red truck, it slowed, then stopped, and waited for me to get closer, then took off up the hill. He did not leave the store parking lot in any sort of hurry. When I entered the store, I asked if she saw the people in the truck. She said no one had come in. I told her about them stopping in the hill. Then we just forgot about it. I stood in the store a while and was there when the police and ambulance went by. I never saw the truck again. The only way I can describe it is it looked like someone who delivered wood. That was my first thought about it. Red, Massachusetts plates, and delivered wood. Either having a wood body or even just slats in the body. It was not a king cab or extra cab, just a regular truck. That is all I can tell you. I was in the Swiftwater store for a half hour to 45 minutes. It was about 20 to 30 minutes after I was there that police went by. I am not at all MAURA's size, and in fact, I was bundled up that night. I believe I caught the truck off guard as I was walking well off the road. As they passed, I walked back on, which is why I believe they stopped completely. They could not see me without any streetlights and maybe went to the store and waited for me to get up there to get a better look. I don't know. That is just how it seemed to me. The truck didn't scare me. My thought is that he or she thought I was someone else. That's what I was thinking that night. When I saw them sitting at the store, I again thought they really think I'm someone else. And as I got closer and I could see the driver moving around, I was thinking, there, I am not the person you are looking for, and he drove off. I wish to God I could remember what I was wearing that night, but I can't. Someone asked about the truck and whether it was four-wheel drive. I believe it was. I have been looking at trucks and have determined that it's definitely a four-wheel drive, or at least it was a 3/4-ton pickup because it sat up high. The other thing I remember is that the window in the back was hard to see in. It wasn't very large, which tells me it was an older truck maybe. Witness talking about leaving the store. I continued to visit with Winnie, the store worker, until she closed up at 8 p.m. and then started walking home. As I was approaching my driveway in the middle of the hill again where it is dark, the ambulance went by going towards 30210 as if it was leaving the accident scene. It slammed on its brakes when it saw me and pulled into Bunga Road, which is on the other side of my house. Then a state police officer pulled up and rolled down his window. I said hello, and he said, "Oh, it's you." And I said, "Yep, just me." He asked if I had seen anyone else walking by, and I said no, and he left, and the ambulance followed him. At that point, I did not know of the accident, and in fact, I didn't hear of it until a couple days later when Winnie called and told me and reminded me of the truck. It seems quite a few people specifically know John Monahan in that area. So apparently, this witness was shown hundreds of red trucks from a used car site, models no newer than 2004. And she selected this one as most closely resembling. The photo here is a black truck, but this style, so it would be red in this style. Supposedly, this statement was posted in the family forum in 2007, October 2007. Or that could have also been a repost of something else earlier, but that's what we have there. So here's a list of witnesses. 24 witnesses minimum on scene. Julie Murray recently did a TikTok mentioning over 24 witnesses on scene February 9th, 2004. Here are 29 so far. Tim, Faith, John, Virginia, Butch, Barbara, Violet. Who is Violet? Cecil, Karen, John, 2 EMTs, Dick and Tim, 8 firefighters, Brad, Alan, Jeff, Abby, Mark, Kevin, Bob, and Whitey, who denies it, 2 tow truck drivers, Mike and Dick, Susan, Dot, Frank, 3 people visiting a friend in jail, and Rick. I'm assuming referring to Force here. A response here. Ironic, 24 people at the scene of a car parked by the side of the road with minor damage and no driver, and no one saw or knows anything. At least 4 say she hit a tree, though. So 4 say she hit a tree. Plenty more say that she did not. Interesting. Or whoever the driver was. It definitely stretches credulity to believe that nobody saw anything. Like, if originally, like when this case was first presented, when people first found out about the case, it really seemed like this was kind of middle of nowhere. Backwoods, New Hampshire. You know, only a couple houses on the scene, maybe 1 or 2 neighbors were watching. But I mean, come on, over 24 people, this is insanity. So here is yet another leaked interview with another witness, or neighbor, rather, a few houses west of the Weathern Barn Corner, Mr. W. Mr. W, now deceased, but this is from January 10th, 2006. Mr. W interview. After receiving information that bus driver Butch Atwood had a friend named, I'm assuming this is Mr. W, who lived near him on Route 112, I went to the area to find where he lived. I found W Small Engine Repair at this address. As I was driving by, a man was leaning on a fence outside, and I turned into the driveway to speak to him. He identified himself a Mr. W. I identified myself and told him what I was doing. I then told him that I had learned that he had been friends with Butch Atwood, and he confirmed this. Mr. W told me that he had moved up to the area from Connecticut in 1991, and the Atwoods were already living there. He said that they lived in their mother's house with her, unknown which one's mother, and that they had just sold it this past October and moved to Florida on the Gulf Coast. He said that he had just gotten a Christmas card from them and that Butch had also called him recently. Apparently, they are both driving school buses in Florida, and Butch told him that he bought a 19-foot fishing boat and goes out fishing on the ocean a lot. Mr. W told me he used to work with the Atwoods driving school bus as well, but then he injured his knee and couldn't drive the bus. He said that Butch would stop by often and talk to him on his way back from a bus run while he was in his shop working on small engines. I asked Mr. W when he had learned about the accident up the road concerning Maura Murray. He told me he knew nothing of it until the next morning, when Butch Atwood called him and told him about it. I asked what Atwood said to him, and he said that Atwood told him that he had seen her when he was going home, and he parked his school bus and went back down 2 minutes later, and she was gone. I asked him if he knew whether or not Atwood drove around looking for her on his own. He said that Atwood never told him he had, and he didn't think he went looking for her. I asked Mr. W if he thought the Atwoods would do harm to anyone, in particular Maura Murray. He said that he didn't think so, and then he said, quote, "They were different," end quote. I asked him how, and he said that they wouldn't let anyone into their house. He had never gone inside and always met outside if we went over there. He said that once Barbara Atwood had a Tupperware party and she held it outside, and he thought that was kind of odd. He said that one reason could be that it was very cluttered inside their house and that Barbara collected everything and never got rid of it. Their garage was full of things as well as their shed and their house. He did say at one point that it was hard to get around inside the house due to the clutter, even though he said he was never allowed inside. Wait, what? That's kind of weird. So let's move on to the one and only Rick Forcier. And this is a very interesting wrinkle in the Maura Murray case, because it almost seems like he was being used to be set up as a convenient patsy. On the other hand, there's enough strangeness that he seems to have contributed himself. So does he have some kind of awkward sense of humor? And then, of course, ex-wife ramblings, etc., or ex-girlfriend, whatever. It's, yeah, his aspect of the entire case is quite curious, including him spotting a hooded figure running. Is that the same hooded figure that we just discovered was also reported in the area, who's not a female? But let's go over this Forcier interview, another so-called leak from Armadillo Flats. As I drove into the driveway off Bradley Hill Road and pulled in behind a dark blue Ford F-150 panel van, I noticed a man on deck wearing blue jeans and a short-sleeved blue and white striped jersey was coiling a cord onto an upright vacuum cleaner. As I got out of my vehicle in the driveway, Forcier stood up and walked to the edge of the deck. Note: the house is described as a single-family brown 2-story salt box with a 12 by 20-foot unpainted pressure-treated deck on the right side and a smaller unpainted pressure-treated deck on the left side, and no garage. As I approached the left side of the residence, Forcier said, "What can I do for you?" in a friendly manner. As soon as I told him I was a PI looking into the matter of a college girl gone missing about 2 years ago, Forcier stood up, crossed his arms, and glared at me and didn't respond. Again, I asked if he had a few minutes to speak with me about what he might have to offer and if he remembered the incident. Forcier said, "Yeah, I remember it," but added nothing more. I asked about the statement he made of seeing a woman walking or running east on Route 112 that evening, and he stated, "No," and added nothing more, rather just continued to glare at me. I said, "No, you didn't see a woman," or "No, you don't remember the statement," to which he replied, "No, I never said I saw a woman." I asked, what did he say to the police about this, as it was printed in the media you had to come forward with this info a few months later. Forcier stated, "I told them I saw a person walking on the road. I never said it was a woman. I don't even know if it was the same day that girl was missing." At this point, Forcier continued to glare at me and became very defensive. I then asked the Forcier, "Why are you so angry? Are you angry with me here? I'm just trying to speak with the folks around here to let everybody know we, our investigative team, will be back soon." Now, there's a footnote here. In the Caledonian Record, Thursday, May 6, 2004, Scarinza said a man who he declined to identify was returning from a construction job in the Franconia area when he spotted a young woman matching MAURA's description hurrying east on Route 112 about an hour after her accident, end quote. So is this a reporter or journalist for the Caledonian Record simply filling in the gaps and saying Scarinza said that this young woman matched Murray's description? Or is this a fully competent reporter and Scarinza intentionally lied and misconstrued Forcier's statement on purpose? That's the question here. But continuing on with this, Forcier stated, quote, "I just don't want to have anything to do with any of this anymore," end quote, whereupon he turned to go into the house. At this time, I turned and took 2 steps, turned around again, and I walked back to the deck, pulled out a business card and said, "Oh, Ricky, one more thing here, if you don't mind." He stopped at the door, walked back to the edge of the deck, and as I handed him a card, said, "Listen, I just thought you might be willing to talk with me here. You know this matter is not just going to go away. I've spoken with some of the neighbors, and they are willing to allow us to research their properties come springtime with dog teams. Are you willing to allow us to do the same on your property?" Forcier responded as he was reading the card, "I don't know. Let me think about it, and I'll get back to you." And he walked into his house. That's an interesting response, because he's clearly not that triggered to just say, "No, get off my property," or not lie and say, "Oh, yeah, sure," and then actually not allow it later. He gave a relatively measured response here. That's curious. Also here, there is also a dug well to the left of the house and an old broken down shed at the rear of the house. Just further info given here. So did Rick Forcier actually tell Scarinza the truth and then denied it later when he thought it made him look weird? I mean, see, the problem here is that law enforcement has been acting so shady for whatever reasons, good reasons or other or not. Maybe they're the good guys, maybe they're protecting something, or not. Maybe they're just protecting themselves, even if they're innocent. So again, this is something the coincidence theorists and the clueless Dunning-Kruger crowd, they can't comprehend this because they're so triggered by the word conspiracy. Basic logic does not compute in their small minds. But law enforcement, even if innocent, they might lie to protect rep, ego, etc. That happens all the time in many cases. So even if they weren't necessarily complicit in anything that happened to Maura Murray or whatever happened at that stage scene, they might lie anyway, just to make themselves not look as bad. this is basically standard operating procedure at this point. I mean, how many people aren't aware of that? I mean, I guess you could find some bootlickers out there that aren't aware of that, or they really are the good guys and they're intentionally steering this in order to protect some kind of case about something that we don't know about. Or, of course, there is some complicity and they are protecting that. So there's many different scenarios with both the police being innocent or being guilty of something. So again, that doesn't mean anything. Just hallucinating conclusions is a staple of the Dunning-Kruger crowd here. And they just do not want to think logically about any of this, which is why the Mindshock podcast exists, because that's what we're doing here. So we have a few different options. Forcier might have told Scarinza that, or law enforcement, and then denied it after the fact because he thought it maybe made himself look bad. I don't know. Or he never said that, and he clearly said it was a person, and there is no match to MAURA's description, simply a hooded figure. Possibly more likely to be male, who knows, based on the way they were moving. We don't know what kind of questions Forcier was asked and gave. So yeah, this is really weird. And then of course he had a few different stories. One of them, he was asleep on the couch, then he comes forward a few months later and saying, oh, wait a second, he was actually coming back from a construction job. So it's just weird. It's just weird. Here's an interesting post. Another option is that he really wasn't home, but the driver hid by or behind his trailer, then he got home later. Huh. Folk actually posted this regarding Cecil Smith. The Morrats were home. MAURA, well, again, the goof still thinks it's definitely MAURA instead of phrasing it properly. The driver, well, actually, none of this is phrased properly. MAURA actually crashed on their property, and Cecil didn't go there that night, so it's unlikely he would have gone to Forcier's. Obviously, we don't even know if there was a crash, if this just who knows what kind of staging was done here. Apparently, the vehicle was on the Morrat property, at least at some point. Obviously, the road is not their property, but yeah, just no surprise that folk phrased it like that. Just cluelessness all around. But yeah, it's weird. We don't know who Cecil Smith talked to that particular night. And maybe he did talk to the Morrats, but obviously, if that was denied after the fact. Did Barbara Atwood claim that the Saturn was right in front of Forcier's property? Huh. So it's kind of weird. Here's another post by Golden Mom. After Barbara's interview, a few people working with the Murrays followed up. Barbara clarified that she never actually left the house that night and she never saw the Saturn. That's kind of weird because she described it she clearly described its position in that interview. So yeah, I don't know. And that if that was even her, again, a lot of triggered goofs, like they just can't handle anything being not as presented. Their small minds just fry at the thought of that. So here's some more interesting questions. Armadillo Flats posted this. I am 100% sure that anything that was discussed with Rick Forcier's ex is part of the investigation by New Hampshire State Police. I have never seen any other interviews with her in the past 19 years. Rick is a loner, he works by himself and has very few friends, none of which I believe confirm an alibi. In the newspaper, Pearl Jelly posted, in the newspaper he was seemingly a credible witness. Any idea when the local and later public chatter started about him being a potential suspect? Was the local chatter pretty early on in 2004? Armadillo Flats responded, I do know the answer to that question, but cannot divulge that info as to why he became a potential suspect. If I remember correctly, there was early chatter from comments he made regarding MAURA or off-color jokes and things of that nature. Armadillo Flats also disclosed that all of these leaked interviews and notes are not being done by the same person. So this is a collection done by different people. Some more notes here. Armadillo Flats posted, the property, Forcier's property, was never searched when Forcier owned it. I believe that stuff was looked into when Tim and Lance were there with Maggie. The trailer that he sold was taken to Lime, New Hampshire, and it was at that point the New Hampshire State Police did an intense search of the trailer. Nothing was found according to reports. It is my personal belief that if he is involved, MAURA's remains will never be found. And it is possible her remains could be here in New Hampshire or in Pennsylvania where he owned property at the time, or possibly in between those two areas. Someone asked Armadillo Flats if they were able to talk to Claude Moulton. who didn't not allow any searches. Armadillo Flats responded, no, have never been able to catch up with Claude Moulton. I do believe that when I stopped into Jetstar and talked to DM, would that be Moulton's brother? That Claude was there. They couldn't get me out of the building fast enough. I did speak to Sky Weeks on 2 occasions, and she was cooperative but didn't give me any info that was of help. She seemed scared to be talking to me, and I can understand that from what I have heard about Claude Moulton. I believe Claude Moulton moved out of the A-frame in 2005. Tried to track him down there several times with no luck. He was on the road a lot. There was nobody living in the A-frame as of October 2006, and we contacted the realtor, and he came by and gave us permission to check it out. It had actually been broken into several times and kids were partying there. It was a disaster at this point. So that's interesting. So basically it would be difficult to find something in that house because if so many kids partied there, there could be blood there from a million different reasons. So here's what I'm thinking at this point. Obviously all the Mindshock listeners can chime in. There's been a record number of Mindshocks in this podcast as promised, and we still have a few more. But is it possible that all of this shadiness is true? So there's weird stuff going on in the barge inn, parties, drugs, all these people are involved, all this shadiness. But they didn't have anything to do with MAURA Murray. And that's why there's almost all this shadiness, denials of searches, etc., because they are criminals. Again, I'm just postulating. I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue for all the triggered goofs out there. If this theory is true, and I am not claiming it is, if all these people are criminals, and of course there are plenty of offenses, it's not like these people don't have records. We actually went over the court reports from the newspapers. But if they are criminals, they would not be cooperative. They would be described as shady, and people would think they had something to do with MAURA if she was even there, even if they didn't, just based on all of this information. And if the Mountain Lakes area also has other shady people, there could be rumors spread about these shady people, and there's legitimacy to the rumors. It just might not be true regarding the driver of the Saturn. Armadillo Flats also posted this. DM was a nasty expletive, not friendly at all. Yes, Jetstar was garage, but also a junkyard and recycling place. They were in business with a company called Lincor in Saco or Scarborough, Maine. Both of these companies had many infractions and had been fined quite a few times. And again, if you haven't checked out the main episode in the MAURA Murray series, there's some weird strangeness regarding Maine and searches that took place there by Billy Roush and otherwise. See, this is why this case is so tough, because if Billy Roush really is the good guy, and he's using some kind of shady contacts that gave him information that he never disclosed, could that explain some of his movements, and also why he wanted to be shady about those movements? Any budget posted, I think some of the officers knew, regarding Jetstar and their antics, were shady, probably took cash to look the other way. Armadillo Flats responded, after talking to many locals over the years, I have heard so many stories about the cops and their antics. Yes, looking the other way was one of the major things they told to me. Depends who you were and what you got away with. Any budget posted, I think G is this Gary of Gary's Fuels, was a big fish around there. Everything went through him. Claude Moulton was his right-hand man, apparently. So here's the thing. So this appears to be some kind of shady hamlet with criminals, just like any other shady hamlet anywhere. So if somebody goes missing, this is strange, especially the people connected to this. There's other charges of abandoning vehicles, etc., etc. There's a lot of weirdness going on in this hamlet. There might be a lot of weirdness going on in other hamlets. The question is, did it really intersect with MAURA that night? Because if it didn't, let's not fall for false dichotomies. What if both theories are true? What if MAURA was set up? There's something shady going on UMass, which is basically a given. They have some of the largest drug busts in college history. They have all these hit and runs on campus. All of this is verified. They have other CIs that were killed. This is all verified information. So clearly UMass is a shady campus. Zoomass, whatever, high rate of crime, all of this, the guy that got hit by a hit and run, there's a gun in his closet. There's clearly a lot of crime going on at UMass. That is a fact, no matter how hard the coincidence theorists hallucinate and try to explain it all away in their Dunning-Kruger stupors. Clearly UMass had a lot of crime going on. So is it beyond the realm of possibility that there's boyfriend drama or something, CI situations or otherwise, something nefarious happened to MAURA on campus. Maybe there was a plan to dump the Saturn. Okay, let's say there was. So whoever's dumping it, dumped it up there, ran away. Is it possible that has nothing to do with all the shady business in Haverhill? I mean, even in the town minutes, there's talk of human trafficking and all of this insanity. So there's local rumors of police corruption and otherwise. So the DEA is interested. The U.S. Marshals are interested in that area. So is there an unrelated issue in Haverhill also involving criminal activity? So we have two sets of criminal activity going on around UMass, going on around Haverhill. Both are true, and they're not related. If this is the theory, I've gone over shades of this theory. I don't know if I've ever phrased it exactly like that. If that's true, what makes sense here? Now, some of the connections between these people, like the fireman denying even being on scene, I mean, there's definitely something weird. I don't know if this theory is true. It seems like if both of these theories are true, maybe not directly related to MAURA Murray, but perhaps there is a connection to someone MAURA knew. Shady in UMass, also shady in the Haverhill area. Would that explain everything? I don't know. We have to explain all the variables, not pretend and hallucinate and stick your head in the sand like all these triggered goofs and the Dunning-Kruger crowd that hovers around this case loves to do, especially on social media. So, yeah, there's clearly so many unanswered questions, but here's the thing. I believe enough information exists. Like, why would they not even release the CCTV footage of the Saturn on campus or MAURA at the liquor store if she was even there and who she was with? So there does appear to be some link. The link might not be MAURA herself, but someone MAURA knew. Are they the link between UMass and Haverhill? Some more interesting posts here. User since deleted. Interesting that Forcier says that girl. Pretty sure he knew her name with everything circulating around. Almost seems like he's intentionally distancing himself there. I mean, apparently he made jokes about MAURA coming to his house and being a good cook or something along those lines. Although we probably need to be careful about what exes are saying as well. Seems like Forcier is just a weird guy in general. A response here by Unable Strain. He was not the only person making jokes. I knew more than a couple of framers and such who made similar jokes as well. Unable Strain, I'll post this. I find it odd as well. I remember my ex coming home from working one day. He was probably building condos at Bretton Woods at the time, and he was so pissed about it, saying, dudes at work are joking about that missing girl. What is wrong with the people? This was within the first month of her disappearance. Months later in the summer, I heard more than a couple guys joking about it as well. So it seems construction workers have just this bad reputation about joking. However, does this add another wrinkle? Because if there's, obviously in the construction business, there are links to crime, organized or otherwise. We're not going to go down the Whitey Bulger rabbit holes and the fact that his brother was the UMass dean or president or whatever. Yeah, that's weirdness, and there's a lot of activity in New Hampshire regarding Bulger, and Jilzane Maxwell for going down those rabbit holes, but are all these jokes coming from somewhere that's not a joke? So out of all the construction workers in the area, they're joking about this within weeks of the disappearance, like pretty early on, so this is within a month, within the first month. And then later in the summer, there were more and more. But within the first month, what was really heard? And from whom? Wow, Armadillo Flats has uncovered a lot. Unable Strain said, any idea if he had a company name? This is regarding Forcier, I thought I had heard he was doing drywall, but wondered if that was all he did. Was he working for himself or subcontracted? Did he have a helper? Always thought it was odd he would be coming back from work so late in February. Drywalling at night? Working that late? Most contractors I knew were done way before that time in the winter. Anyone ever find out what the job was that he was working on that week? Private home, new construction, or commercial? Armadillo Flats responded, he was partners with a guy named DG, and his partner actually had a patent on a device to aid in hanging drywall. DG ended up dead by apparent suicide while he was living in Bethlehem. Is it just me? So, first of all, the population, New Hampshire is not exactly the most populated state. So, Why are all these suicide, not to mention all of the suicide calls being called in that particular night, February 9th, when this staged accident happened? Why were there so many suicide calls? And now we have the Saturn disappears right next to or adjacent, whatever, within the immediate area of a guy whose partner also commits suicide. Bethlehem is also the area where the UMass cabin supposedly is, right? Rick Forcier then became the owner of the patent. I guess it's possible he sold the patent or still collects from it. He was supposedly working at a B&B on Route 116 in Easton. Because he worked by himself, the hours he worked were by his choice. When doing drywall and the mud is put on, it needs to dry before sanding and doing finish work on it to get it perfect. So he might not have started work until later in the day. Okay. Half-Baked Cupcake posted this. Here are my thoughts on the interaction highlighted here and Forcier in general. Forcier seems to be your stereotypical good old boy contractor. He seems to have a tendency to tell some off-color jokes and is not the most politically correct human being. Honestly, these are not things that are off the mark for a tradesman in New England. I say this as the daughter of a plumber general contractor. In my experience, his own colleagues have always been a little rough around the edges. I've seen some sources that state he saw an individual and some that state he saw a woman on the road around the time of Maura's disappearance. I think it's likely he saw someone and reported it in good faith after realizing the possibility of a connection to Maura's disappearance. Perhaps over time he thought quite a bit about the statement he gave and realized it may have not been as helpful accurate as he may have initially aimed for, or that statement didn't particularly look good for him. Maybe he sought legal counsel and they told him to shut the hell up. I think most lawyers would. Over the years, I'm sure he's gotten quite a bit of questions on his statements, and I think that could wear on anyone. As far as his response for a request to search the property, he didn't say no outright. Again, maybe he wanted to seek legal advice before allowing anything, or maybe had previously but didn't want to come off as more rude than he already had for fear of having attention directed towards himself. A good friend of mine is a lawyer who deals with property law in Massachusetts. He's told me before that general advice is don't let anyone on your property unless you absolutely have to. You assume too much risk, even if there are waivers in place, as there are too many loopholes that can potentially be exploited if something goes wrong. Here's another thing, too. Let's say he knows he's innocent, but maybe he doesn't trust his neighbors. So what if he thought maybe some of the neighbors, if they kidnapped Maura, maybe they could have, the attack or encounter could have happened on his property, and maybe could have left some, not just Forcier, but anyone, in denying searches. And there could be evidence of somebody, of a victim being there. He's innocent, but he's not 100% sure that someone else might not have harmed, especially if the property's not necessarily large, but large enough where something like that could happen at night without being noticed. User since deleted stated, I have plenty of friends who are contractors and none of them would joke about a missing girl knowing that she's probably dead, wanting sex from them, or cooking for them. That is definitely not stereotypical contractor behavior. I don't know about that. I've heard some contractors say some really messed up stuff as well, so I guess it depends on the contractor. There is a difference between saying politically incorrect things, recklessly talking, and then saying something that is sick and disturbing. I'm not sure what else to call it. Didn't Forcier have a daughter too? If these things he said about Maura are true, that makes it even more creepy, and he seemed to show no empathy for another father's daughter who was missing or deceased. That's an interesting point. Because thinking back now, I'm not sure if the contractors that I've heard say really messed up stuff if they had kids, but I don't know. Supposedly he has 2 daughters. That's kind of weird. Lost in N.H. Woods posted, I don't know why more people don't suspect Forcier. He is the only one on that road that I've ever been suspicious of, and from talking to locals over the years, there's been a lot of speculation as to the things he has said and done since her disappearance. Police even searched his trailer after he sold it. Here's an interesting post by V.A. Beeman. I think if law enforcement ever figured out what happened or even found Maura's remains, that they would not come forward with such. Seems that would force the negligence and cover-up to be revealed. Wouldn't be surprised to see remains planted in the woods. I used to follow the Scott Spiker case. Was a left-behind POW for years. Long story short, government ended up burying like a pound of his flesh in the desert and claimed he originally died in air combat and was never a POW. Yeah, this is insane, but that there could be a ring of truth there just because of the strange actions of Strelzin and all these people associated with the case up the law enforcement ladder. Yeah, that's... I mean, or they didn't find out what happened, but they're afraid of negligence either way because of the way it was handled. So even if they don't know, they could be preventing the case from being solved just because of that. So Gemi Pariah posted that the longest indictment took 19 years, I think. This will replace that. This was the Eric Windhurst case, which also happened to be in New Hampshire. What is going on in New Hampshire? I might have to do a podcast on the Windhurst case just because there seems to be so much shady business here. Actually, you know what? Let me read this one article just for some context here, because in terms of like local rumors and otherwise, because a lot of goofs online think that local rumors can never be true, but in so many true crime cases, the local rumor rumblings ended up being true. Here's a Medium article by P.R. King, July 24th, 2022. The town knew about the murder, but kept it a secret for 20 years. In 1985, Hooksett, New Hampshire was a small, rural, primarily blue-collar town only a generation removed from being a farming and dairy town. Located north of Manchester, it hadn't yet become part of its urban sprawl. It was a typical clannish New England town, rife with gossip, and everybody knew everyone's business. Does this sound like Haverhill? November 9th, 85. Danny Pellet, a mechanic and expert welder, was a lifelong native of Hooksett. He had a sprawling property outside of town with a house, barn, and outbuildings. There, he could work on vehicles and do welding jobs for customers. On the morning of November 9th, 85, 35-year-old Pellet was outside his barn, welding a damaged part on a tractor for a customer. Two other men were there, one working on their vehicles and hanging out with Danny. A typical morning, but it would be Danny's last. When a shot rang out, neither of the men heard it. They didn't realize anything had happened until they spotted Danny lying on the ground next to the tractor. Even then, they didn't realize it was a shot. They thought he'd been electrocuted by the tools he was using. Only when they got closer did they see the blood on his chest. A neighbor called emergency, and Danny was rushed to the hospital where he was pronounced dead. Danny Pellet. According to his male friends and his brother, Victor, Danny, an expert mechanic and welder, was a great guy, always willing to help a neighbor. But if you asked women their opinion, Pellet wasn't such a great guy. His second wife was Denise Messier, who he'd dated in high school. They reconnected and married in 73. She had one daughter from a previous relationship who would become a key player in the saga of Danny Pellet. This was Melanie. The couple had two daughters, and Danny legally adopted Melanie. By 1980, the marriage fell apart and things got ugly. Danny violated a restraining order and was committed to a mental hospital for a year. By the time he got out, Denise and the three girls would be far away from New Hampshire. He would never see them again. Despite the loss of his family, Danny went on with his life and business. He dated, started his business, led a seemingly everyday life. His current girlfriend had three sons, none of whom liked Danny or approved of his relationship with their mother. The connection. Denise was the sister of Philip Messier, who was married to Kathleen McGuire, who'd kept her maiden name. Kathleen was an ambitious homicide prosecutor in the New Hampshire justice system. The question of whether or not she'd used her influence in the case would come up repeatedly. The investigation. Hunting season had opened the day before, so it was natural for the first police on the scene to assume a stray bullet from a hunter in the woods behind the house had hit Danny. As required by the law, the New Hampshire State Police took over the investigation. They searched the scene, but the bullet had gone through Danny's heart and was nowhere to be found. It was not found during the autopsy either. The single bullet had gone through Pellet's back and out of his chest. It was estimated that Danny was dead before he crumpled to the ground. Several days later, the bullet would be found by telephone maintenance worker lodged in a telephone line. The police knew such a shot hadn't been accidental. Only an expert could have made it, but who and why? Melanie Pellet. Melanie, Danny's stepdaughter, whom he adopted, frequently moved with her mother and sisters. In September 85, she moved in with her aunt and uncle, Kathleen McGuire and Philip Messier, in Hopkinton, 15 miles away from Hooksett. Maybe living with the well-to-do, successful couple would be the break Melanie needed, the adults around her thought. But Melanie and Kathleen wouldn't get along. Everyone agreed that Melanie had to be protected from Danny, who she'd accused of molesting her as a child. Years ago, a counselor had filed a report on the charges with the Department of Health and Human Services. There was no doubt that Melanie had had a rough time of it. Eric Windhurst. At her new school, attractive Melanie made friends with a handsome fella soccer player named Eric Windhurst. The investigation is reopened. The case remained open, but it would not be solved until 2004 when funds were approved to hire a retired investigator, Bill Shackford, to work on the case. He started with Melanie, who in 2004 was the married mother of 5 and living in Idaho. On July 14, 2004, she sat in a sheriff's interrogation room with investigators from New Hampshire to tell what happened that Saturday in 85. Her story was that back in high school, she'd told Eric about her stepfather's abuse when she was a child. An earnest, sincere teenager, 16-year-old Eric felt bad that no one had protected the girl. and took it upon himself to do what it took. A chivalrous knight wanted to get justice for all the wrongs done to Melanie. The murder. Melanie and Eric drove from Hopkinton to Hooksett. She directed Eric to a dirt road that ran behind the house where she and her family had once lived. In the back seat of the Volkswagen was a Ruger 77 rifle. Holding the rifle, Eric, an experienced hunter, got out of the car, squatted in the tree line across the field behind the house, and watched Danny Pellet at work on the tractor. With 2 other men walking around the area, it was important for Eric to pick the correct target. That's a risky shot. Only 32 inches of the man were exposed in the cutout of the seat and control area. From 300 yards away, Eric aimed at the approximate middle of that open target, 17.5 inches from the top of the man's head. That also happened to be where the heart was. Eric made the shot. He and Melanie ran from the scene, jumped into Eric's car, and drove away as sirens blared in the distance on their way to the Pellet place. The arrest. With Melanie's testimony, the New Hampshire investigators could now solve the case. On December 14, 2005, Eric Windhurst, still living in Hooksett, was arrested for the murder of Danny Pellet. Eric had stayed in town and become an expert carpenter. He would later say the murder changed the trajectory of his life, which, though blameless, had not lived up to his early promise. He even admitted to his circle of close friends that he had shot Pellet. His family knew he'd used his father's gun in the crime, but the town had kept his secret. No one spoke up. 2 anonymous letters were sent to the police, and the case was featured on a TV show, but it remained unsolved. The trial. The judge was Robert Lynn, and the trial was scheduled for August 28, 2006. Eric pled guilty to second-degree murder. He was sentenced to 15 to 36 years with a chance of parole. Melanie testified against Eric, but insisted she did not ask him to kill her stepfather, nor did she assist him that morning by pointing Danny out to him. But the judge didn't believe her story. It was too much to ask him to accept. Melanie was sentenced to 3 to 6 years in prison. The town's long-held secret was out, no longer a secret. Questions. Was justice done? Was Danny Pellet a child molester who deserved to die, or were those false charges brought against him during an ugly divorce? Had the New Hampshire justice system been intentionally stalled for so many years? Both claims were made by Victor Pellet, Danny's brother and staunchest defender. Those questions would not be answered even after Melanie Pellet Cooper and Eric Windhurst served their sentences. Yeah, this is a weird case. It seems kind of strange that if it wasn't true, they would go all that trouble to kill him if it wasn't true. I mean, maybe, but yeah, that's a tough one. I think I actually did go over this briefly on a podcast. I don't even remember which one. So this 17-year-old made a 300-yard shot with 2 other guys around. That's crazy. That's crazy. But either way, obviously this might be a different situation, because if the town believed, it is curious, what were the opinions in town? Did they believe Melanie's story that he had assaulted her? Because if they did, then yeah, I guess they wouldn't come forward. But if they didn't believe the story, why would they not come forward? I mean, I don't know. It's all pretty weird. So yeah, that's pretty crazy. All right, let's get into the final round of Mind Shocks here. Actually, we have 2 more rounds of Mind Shocks. A lot of new info came out recently due to all these leaks. Now, this one individual, I did not want to discuss him before, or the Aldrich brothers. We did discuss them. They are convicted criminals, so their names are public record. But in relation to the MAURA Murray case, it seems law enforcement was interested in 1 or 2 of them. So Wallaby posted this. Does anyone know why C. Aldrich was given a polygraph early on? What made law enforcement think he was involved in Maura's disappearance? I'll share what I know, but correct me if I'm wrong on anything. I did not even know about Aldrich in this case, but will explain why he was brought to attention. Initially, my main theory was that Claude Moulton or another local were working at a service station that Maura stopped at and followed her. I'm not sure anymore. It would be interesting to know who Claude Moulton's snow plow partner was mentioned by Susan Champy. Anyways, Aldrich was brought to my attention when I spoke to a source that says Jessica C. was 110% involved in what happened to Maura. Source says that Maura's body was also kept temporarily in a shed on a specific property located on Howe Hill Road, then moved elsewhere. Apparently, a guy named Mike K. helped with the cover-up, and another guy named Jay Aldrich, who had passed away years ago, was also involved. Jay Aldrich happened to live almost next door to the Concrete Guy company. This source said they believed one more person was involved, and they think it was possibly C. Aldrich. Sent this to Julie a while back. Was doing a background search on C. Aldrich and saw that Jessica C. was listed as one of his work associates. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I knew I had seen his name appear in this case before. Did some searching and came across John Smith's old blog in which he stated that Fred Murray spoke to Jessica C. at a bar. And she stated to Fred that she believed her ex harmed MAURA. Spoke to John about this, and he confirmed that one of Jessica C.'s exes was, in fact, C. Aldrich. Apparently, C. Aldrich took a polygraph early on and passed, ? Why was he given a poly? What made authorities want to look into him if he was not directly tied into the scene of the Saturn? It turns out he lived on River Road around the time MAURA disappeared. Interestingly enough, after posting about some of these people, another user came on and posted some troubling information about a possible party on River Road. This is a rumored party where Jessica C. supposedly checked herself into a hospital after because she had witnessed something extremely disturbing. I asked John about this at one point, and he said older rumors about this party involved MAURA being killed or overdosing at this party, then people having to find a way to get rid of the body. You know what's weird? This rumor was around a long time ago. I think I even mentioned it in one of the first Mindshock episodes. Obviously, the exact details and source of the party are unknown. Was it really Jessica C., or was she corroborating somebody else's story? Anyway, continuing on here, around this time, I started receiving messages from an anonymous user telling me that the party was a red herring and that V. Aldrich is the only person I should really be looking into. This person said that the two of the Aldrich brothers knew the truth as to what happened, and Jessica C. did know what happened. But it was V. Aldrich who harmed MAURA and hid her black backpack. Jessica C. supposedly knew all this. This person later retracted their statements and said they were just theorizing and to forget everything they had said previously. That's kind of weird. Anyways, I just want to share this. At this point, I'm hoping Julie, Fred, and the FBI find something. Any thoughts on why C. Aldrich was given a poly early on? Supposedly, there were 4 polys taken. 2 by Butch, C. Aldrich, if this is true, and a 4th unknown. Armadillo Flats responded, I have heard that C. Aldrich had taken one, but I have never had confirmation of whether he passed or not. So here's a newspaper article regarding V. Aldrich. Some charges dismissed in child sex case. Haverhill. Charges have been dropped against 5 men in one of a series of alleged child sexual assaults in Haverhill. 3 of the men still face charges in other cases. In that case that was dismissed, a 14-year-old boy had told investigators that he watched 5 men sexually assault his younger sister. Grafton County Attorney John Eames said he decided to drop the charges yesterday after interviewing the boy again and deciding that he was not a credible witness. Virgil Aldrich, 25, of Bath, and Alex Kidder, 49, of Lisbon, no longer face any charges, Eames said. So this is weird. So they just decided he's not credible, but what if he is? But either way, so there's at least an allegation of 5 shady characters, including an Aldrich here, whose name keeps coming up in the MAURA Murray case. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. In an article by Bob Hookway here, police tell of boy's attempt. Woodsville. Haverhill police yesterday told of a young boy's attempts to save his sister from gang rape, as probable cause was found for the 2nd time to try a Woodsman man for his alleged role in a series of sexual abuse crimes against children in Haverhill. What is going on in Haverhill? I mean, so many shady characters. So the boy was 10 years old at the time this occurred. And when he's 13 to 14, he's recounting this. According to George, the boy said George is Police Sergeant Walter George provided dramatic testimony at the hearing. According to George, the boy said his parents had gone out to a local liquor store while the 6 men, who he identified as Marsh, Wendell A., Smezd, 63 of Woodsville, Alex N. Kidder, 48 of Lisbon, Dwight Davis, 65 of Woodsville, Merton P. Wells, 32 of Woodsville, and Virgil Aldrich, 25 of Bath, remained at the house. The boy told him the 6 men took his sister into the mother's bedroom. The brother listened to the door and said that when he heard Marsh say, "Let's rape her," he rushed into the room and cut Wells across the back, George said. George said the boy used a pocket knife that he frequently carried with him to cut Wells and that then left the room. I don't really want to read the rest of the description here. It's very disturbing on what these guys allegedly did. But if this is true, I mean, did he have a cut on his back? I mean, what's going on? And was this all covered up through the good old boy network here involving corrupt police? Who knows? I mean, this is insane. Any Budget posted, his brother was regarding Aldrich, his brother was a piece of work too. How these people are still part of society is beyond me. Sounds like it was rife with sex offenders around there, but some people will have you believe that the odds of MAURA becoming prey to a local are minuscule. I mean, they're definitely not minuscule if she was there, but... Woodsville man sentenced for sex assault, David Aldrich. Friday, November 21st, 2014, in North Haverhill, a 50-year-old Woodsville man will serve up to 35 years in New Hampshire State Prison for sexually assaulting a teenage girl. Wait, what? User since deleted posted this. Aren't these literally both guys, the Aldrich brothers, who were said to have been seen driving a truck together with someone resembling MAURA in the back seat? I could have sworn it was said to have been David and Virgil. Or Alan and David. What? Where? Does anybody know the source of that? Because I did hear that. That has been mentioned. But I don't know if I ever saw a source for that there were 2 guys, possibly the Aldrich brothers. I mean, there's also the G brothers and connections to Loon Mountain. We've gone over that before. But these guys actually have records here. I mean, this is crazy. Yeah, what is going on in this supposedly quiet little hamlet? So let's get back to Jessica C. here. This was posted by user since deleted. 7 photos attached here discussing Jessica C. Before I chatted with John about Jessica, another person had told me that she believed that Jessica saw what happened to MAURA and that Jay Aldrich was involved. I brought it back up to John Smith because in his old blog, Jessica C. told him that she believes her ex, C. Aldrich, was involved. So here are various posts. Jessica C. got her roots back in Franconia, abused a horse in Lower Waterford, Vermont, and got fined, used drugs a lot. As told to me personally from a private source of mine, she had a nervous breakdown after MAURA went missing. Then checked into the local ER. Told the RN she was at a party where she witnessed a horrible occurrence. Led me to look deeper as I pulled her BGC, her associates. She lived 4 miles from the Aldrich compound in Wildwood. CA did take a polygraph. CA denied any involvement when Fred questioned him and his brothers. It was not the sex deviant, Father D. Aldrich, or Virgil that were there purported to be with MAURA. Just to clarify, Fred has interviewed a senior uncle who claimed that C. Aldrich passed a poly. I have more on Jessica C., but I'm obtaining it slowly because she's moved further up Vermont, supposedly strung out on meth, lost custody of her 2 children, hard to track. She fled to Vermont to go incognito after MAURA vanished. There's no date here, but here's a May 27th grand jury returning 39 indictments against 17 individuals. M. Aldridge, 30, was indicted on 3 counts of possessions of a controlled drug. Chad Brooks, 36, indicted on 6 counts of aggravated felonious sexual assault, 1 charge of incest, 1 count of second-degree assault strangulation. Mark Buber, 44, was indicted on 1 count of possession of a controlled drug, subsequent offense, and 1 count of falsifying physical evidence. And Jessica C., indicted on a charge of possession of a controlled drug. So it doesn't say if they're all associated in the same charges, but they might be. So, unsourced screenshots here. He is less than a desirable person. He scares me, actually. He had dark eyes and looks right through you, eerie. C.A. was Jessica's boyfriend. We did look into them but got nowhere. I helped Fred locate all of them. I have known them forever. I met Jessica when she was 16. She was absolutely beautiful, looked so much like MAURA. Not so much anymore because of drugs. How about this one? C.A. lived on Brill Hill Road back in 2004, just 5 miles from the scene and close to the July 22nd search on Route 112. Do we have any other information on that July 22nd search? Other posts here. Jess was stunning back in 2004 and could have passed for MAURA. The party we heard about was on River Road in Lisbon. A guy named Redacted's house. He's a real loser, abuser, druggie. I mean, who knows? This could all be from a crazy rumor, but I heard it from several locals. It's unknown whether that Redacted is one of the Aldriches. Jessica's uncle was a cop in eastern Massachusetts. Jess is an artist, thought she might have had her art at the gallery, but never was able to confirm. Wait, which gallery? The gallery MAURA worked on? We were told certain people at the party were given a piece of the body and were supposed to dispose of it. That kept the bond real tight with these monsters. Seeing you are talking about the Aldrich clan, I know that Chris Aldrich was questioned about the case. The early rumor was that David and Virgil Aldrich were seen riding around that night with a girl that looked like MAURA. So was that just Jessica, though? Also, there was another Aldrich that lived in Woodsville that held his girlfriend hostage for a month in his cellar. Looking for the article now. What? So the Aldriches are supposedly, allegedly, according to these news articles, attacking children. I mean, are they holding girlfriends hostage? I mean, this is all in the Woodsville, Haverhill area. This is absolutely insane. I mean, is this what prompted Fred Murray's earlier statements about a local dirtbag? Because there's so many of them. FEFH posted this in response. I feel like something like this happened. MAURA wouldn't have gone to a house with a single man. Should be more likely to go if it was a party or if a woman was there. They offered her a place to stay for the night. It's good to see the names of real people from the area, of a potential witness, and the names of possible murderers. It makes you wonder if this is actually what happened. It's a very believable story. She gets taken to a party. The criminals at the party know no one else who picked her up or where she went. No one else knows who picked her up or where she went. They know there's no cell service at their house. At some point in the night, she dies, either intentionally killed or unintentionally, possibly after running away from them. Possibly they assaulted her, she tried to run, and they stopped her. A terrible occurrence occurred. Something happened that night to make her go missing and not show up somewhere that night or the next morning. There's always a cause for a disappearance, otherwise she would have made it to a hotel or cell service to call for a ride. By user since deleted, we already know MAURA had one possible friend who was messing with heroin, I think. The Domino's guy. I need to go search for that info. I can't remember who told me that, if it was a coworker of his. Interesting. If there's some kind of link with all these people, is this guy at Domino's who knows some of these druggies? If he's friends with MAURA's constantly calling Domino's at weird hours, did he arrange for his scummy friends up in New Hampshire to dump the Saturn? And that's what they were doing. And MAURA never was up there. Or she was, and this was all involving in the dumping of the car, but... By user since deleted, there is also more from another local user as well that I forgot to add. This other local said that they believed Jessica C. should have been spoken to again after 2004, and she had connections with people they personally knew, one being a huge supplier of cocaine in that area. They also think that Winnie did not tell the full truth of what they saw involving a red truck, and there was possibly another female outside the store who was unnamed that the truck may have been picking up. I'll have to go back and look at this conversation. I'll ask them to elaborate, or if they see this, they can of course jump in and tell it themselves. Yeah, that's kind of insane. So the store owner would have known if there was another woman there and then she got picked up. That's kind of weird. Another post here by user since deleted. Who is Jessica C? I've heard this name in the case before. I was also told to look into C. Aldrich and that he took a poly early on after MAURA disappeared. His top work associate was the female above. More info below. He also, I'm assuming this is C. Aldrich, worked with logging and drove a 97 Ford F-150. Jason A. seems to be a cousin or some type of relative to this guy. A source told me that J.A. was most definitely involved with what happened to MAURA. Another source is telling me that Chris A. was possibly involved in what was looked into early in the case, but it got nowhere. Anyway, who is this female? I know I've heard her name mentioned before in this case. Was she dating someone related to C. Aldrich himself, or possibly a friend of his? Edit, John Smith confirmed that this female did in fact date C. Aldrich at one point. Him and the family tried to look into it, but it didn't go anywhere. Also, he may have taken a polygraph. Source is not 100% sure. Pearl Jelly posted this. I'm hesitant to even throw this out there because I haven't had time to look into it much. An observation from a post you made a few days ago on J. Aldrich in his obituary, it lists his mother's maiden name as Carpenter from Lebanon, New Hampshire. Tim Carpenter's father had or has family in Lebanon, New Hampshire. I'm not saying anything here at all, but if someone has the ability to narrow down the family tree, it may be worth looking into. So apparently, Goose Lane in Bath, there's a huge barn in a field across from the old farmhouse. It is known to be a party place, and possibly meth was being made there at a time. The person connected to it is a Mr. H. At the time Maura disappeared, he lived on Tunnel Brook Road, which is east of 112 and 116 north by about a mile. Wait, what? Annabelle posted, it's also known that her brother is the one who sold Lyco Kenny his gun. Wait, what? Jessica C's brother? Is that who they're talking about? Sold Lyco Kenny the gun? And apparently this Mr. H and this meth party barn this guy's a friend of C. Aldrich. Go over one more post here regarding Jessica C. Interesting information, possibly knowing where Maura's backpack was hidden by V. Aldrich. I appreciate the user reaching out and trying to help. A woman I spoke to also believes that Jessica C. witnessed Maura's body being moved and knows what happened. This is the post referred to earlier. This is the user that said, disregard everything I said. But here's the beginning of it. I don't know the full truth, but I know parts from the brothers. I'll ask you a question. If you're kind enough to answer with all your knowledge and satisfy my concern, I'll offer something useful regarding the 2005 polygraphs. Question: why isn't the family more outraged at the prosecution's office? Not performative things, but actual lawsuits on negligence and gross incompetence. Why Julie still upholds deals made with the authorities for measly documents and audios. Why, from their side today, isn't there a real confrontation with the equation in chief? Do they believe in murder or not? I know you have limitations and can't speak for others, but I need to know more from the personal side of what is their mindset. What if I forward these questions directly to Julie and maybe she can answer them for you? You're right, I honestly can't speak to the family and don't have the answers to any of these. Redacted told me that Chris A. took a polygraph and passed it and had posted in an old blog of his that Jessica C. had told him at a bar that her ex was responsible for Maura's death. Her ex was supposedly Chris Aldrich. That's about what I know. I don't know anything about Virgil and cannot find much info on him. A woman I'm speaking to said that Jessica C. saw exactly what happened to Maura and was 100% involved in moving of her body. Anyways, hope you can help. I'll keep looking into Virgil. No need to try and reach Julie. The answer to this issue is simple. Why was Chris the one to take the polygraph in 2005? And then again, after the police stunt with Forcier? Because he could be the one that could pass? Because he would be the one that could pass. As usual, Virgil was cunning, offering enough information to make the cops have tunnel vision on somebody that wouldn't technically be lying to the machine. In other two trials, it was the same thing. They have been doing this for a long time. Jessica was the key to easily solve this. She even knew where he kept the backpack in order to throw off the investigation further north if necessary. The whole thing was made impossible by the state being played again by Virgil. Where does the case go from here then? Is there a reason Jessica won't come forward with this information on the backpack and Virgil? I'm guessing she would be liable as well for withholding info, or did she play a bigger role than that? What exactly do you think happened to Maura, and how did she cross paths with Virgil and Jessica? This all makes sense, though insane. And then the last response here, you know what? Disregard everything I said. I have no knowledge on the case. Everything I wrote here is based on what I read on Reddit. All I said was meant to be hypothetical. I don't trust anybody, and hypothetically, I think Jessica's terrified of Virgil. Everyone else is. Wow. I mean, that really is a unique way It does sound like that person just got spooked, doesn't it? Or, of course, this person was not necessarily trolling, but just trying to help the case. And then when they realized that this was going, I don't know, might be going somewhere more serious, then they backed out of. I don't know. It's still a theory. Yeah, the whole thing's weird. Doesn't really make sense either way. Any Budget responded, are they insinuating that the black backpack was planted north as a decoy? I can only assume they meant the Pemigewasset Overlook backpack unless there have been other finds, and wasn't that ruled out as being Maura's question mark? Supposedly, there was no further info on it. We went over that. I think it did an entire episode on this. If it was planted, that's kind of a smart move. And if the Aldrich brothers have been playing the police for a long time, I mean, obviously they didn't win every time. They have their convictions. But if they kind of passed the buck, so to speak, and pointed the finger in other areas to get off, would that be a smart move to plant the backpack far outside the area of where something happened? Folk posted this. Scott Wall told me about a woman who had implicated her ex-boyfriend, though he never told me her name. He said that his favorite theory was a tie between the woman's boyfriend and McKay. Huh. Obviously, we can't take anything Scott Wall says seriously, but what is the theory that Officer Pepper is involved with some of these shady dirtbags? That's definitely a possibility. The question is, does this have anything to do with Maura Murray? So here's another post here, user since deleted. There was a black backpack found partially buried in the backyard of the A-frame house when the new owners moved in to renovate. It was thrown away before the owners knew about the rumors regarding Maura and their home. The house sat vacant in 2005 to 2014 until these owners acquired it. This was on the Missing podcast. Golden Mom posted this. The A-frame was one of 11 sites selected by the NHLI for their search in 2006, October 21st to 22nd, specifically the unoccupied A-frame and curtilage. In other words, they searched the inside and the outside. During this search, the NHLI two-day search focused on 11 key sites. There were 6 dog teams available, and we know that at least one dog team visited the A-frame. Based on this, I would be skeptical that the black backpack was relevant, but I guess anything is possible. And there's, of course, the strange diamond-shaped concrete slab in the backyard of the A-frame. And the dog alerted in the closet, of course. I mean, there could have been many different crimes that happened at that house that has nothing to do with Maura, but still. And yeah, it totally looks like a totally different house after the renovation. Okay, who's ready for another major mind shock? Here's a post by Marie Quatre Poches. Go back to my sister. Kathleen also changed her version of the facts. Question mark. An interview Kathleen had done with 17 magazine within weeks after the crash. She allegedly describes the nature of the phone call and provides some insight as to why Maura may have been upset after the call. She claims it is because she and Tim Carpenter were being threatened by an ex-girlfriend that Tim Carpenter owed money to. This version is more disturbing than the other, where she says they discuss nothing scary. Thoughts? Question mark. Marie Quatre Poches posted, I still believe it's an intra-family story. Remember the quote from Kathleen, we are part of the reason Maura came up here. That also kind of goes back to Rick Graves and some of the strange talking he heard between Kathleen and Tim as well. And then he's no longer on the case. The version that Kathleen changed later is more telling. It is about money and threats, which could have motivated Maura to go to a specific place to help her sister. Okay, Significance posted, just thinking out loud, Tim and Kathleen possibly in the red truck out looking for her. Maybe Maura Murray had the $4,000 and was going to meet the ex of Tim's on her own for payment because she was terrified Kathleen would be hurt. I would then think Tim's ex-girlfriend lives in the area. I know Fred said he put the money in his and Maura's shared bank account so she could access it anytime after her disappearance. Who is this ex? Now, the first thing that comes to mind is Jessica C. Not that she was his ex, but is she connected to Tim Carpenter in some way? Because Carpenter, the last name does pop up in association with the Aldrich brothers and this other circle of individuals, so to speak, local dirtbags, if you will. Moulton, the Aldriches, all these people, possibly the guy from Gary's Fuels and that whole circle, possibly with police officers being involved in that circle and drug trafficking, etc. Is that what the $4,000 was for? Did Maura lie to her father, Fred, and Fred really thought it was all going to be for a vehicle, but that was all just a setup to help Kathleen and Tim out? I mean, there's definitely some missing pieces in this theory, but what it's kind of weird. And is Maura also breaking up with Bill Rausch over this, or did Maura tell Bill Rausch about this? And Bill Rausch really was the good guy all this time. And now they're getting involved with West Point people that are also going to help them out. Now, it would be kind of crazy. Did Maura or was Maura's vehicle also involved in the crash? Now, was the guy at Domino's, was he connected to Jessica C. or possibly Tim's ex, unbeknownst to Maura Murray, and they set her up? Or like, what is going on here? So from 17, the 17 magazine, there's a quote here from Kathleen. I was telling her about this fight I'd had with my fiance, end quote. That could also be more innocent because if they regularly fight, then that's a regular phone call, right? If she's regularly telling more about her fights with Tim Carpenter. However, Missing Maura Murray, episode 22, minute 8:26, at 10:10 p.m., Maura calls Kathleen, her sister, and speaks with her for 28 minutes. And according to Kathleen's statement from 17 magazine, she was telling Maura about an ex-girlfriend of Tim's who he owed money. Tim is at the time the husband of Kathleen, so this is interesting. Maura's call with Kathleen lasts for 28 minutes. The ex-girlfriend that Tim Carpenter owed money to was harassing Kathleen and Tim on the phone, and Kathleen was sick of it from Kathleen. Okay, Maura consoled her, told her not to worry. Kathleen claims that Maura did not seem upset or sad. This is all kind of weird. Bernie posted, Kathleen Murray and Tim Carpenter were both people with active addictions and didn't seem in the best mental space at the time. They were likely easily swayed to change or alter their story by someone with an objective of obfuscation. An objective of obfuscation. That's curious wording there. Yeah, that's tough. Another poster said that they remember that Kathleen Murray also said that Maura might have faked the meltdown to get out of work. Or perhaps to help set up taking off from school the next week. Coral posted, as a once 21-year-old young woman, the only thing that could have made me catatonic would have to be something awful I learned my boyfriend did. Take this statement any way you wish, but at that age, the only two things I cried about was when my dog was run over or a guy dumped or cheated on me. Gemi Pariah posted, the shrine on the bed was intended for Bill to see, so she knew he was in town. She just thought by Monday he would have to be gone, but... You know what's weird, though? Other sources state that Maura was not speaking to Julie, so they were not on speaking terms. Why not, though? And does it have something to do with Bill Rausch? Another poster brought up True Crime Addict book, page 199, regarding Rick Graves. Fred told me when he got there he found Maura slumped over in a chair crying. He never told me what she was crying about, and I never pushed him. One guy you don't want to push is Fred Murray. He'll clam up and never talk to you again, end quote. That's actually kind of interesting, because if it was just about the Corolla crash, why wouldn't Fred tell Rick Graves that? It must have been something else. Alright, let's continue here. This is a post by user since deleted. Not sure who this is, but my theory on what happened to Maura after getting new information from a source. I cannot verify how accurate this source is, but they seem honest. This theory also comes from speaking to some locals and doing new research. Not saying this is what happened, just a theory. First, good job to Folk for getting that info. I have yet to read the documents, and maybe those will tie together some loose ends to what may have happened. Here is my theory on what happened to MAURA after discussing some new info from a source who I believe to be honest, locals, and doing new research on top of this information. However, I cannot verify the information I am receiving from this person and locals to be accurate. I am simply trying to put some of the pieces together from what has been said, just a theory on what may have happened. First, I think there may be 3 to 4 people involved in MAURA's disappearance. Butch leaves the scene to call the police. MAURA wants to avoid the police. She is possibly intoxicated already and has alcohol on her, so she hitches a ride with a vehicle. This was probably one of the vehicles Butch heard pass by during that extremely short time span. There are 2 men in the vehicle that pass and offer her a ride. They help load her stuff into the car and get her out of there as quickly as possible. I have no idea who these guys might be, but they would be connected to the 2 other guys I will mention below. I think they were possibly passing through North Haverhill to reach their destination somewhere else to go skiing or snowboarding the next day, or they were from that area. MAURA accepts and gets in their car. Even though I think there may have been a female possibly involved that MAURA knew, there is nothing to go off. These are the 2 guys who harmed MAURA. These 2 men take MAURA to an area in Benton, New Hampshire, on How Hill Road, where they have access to a house there. The person I spoke to believes something happened to MAURA at this specific house on How Hill Road. It is in a remote area, secluded by many trees. She would have nowhere to go for help. The person I spoke to also believes her body was kept in the shed or barn area on the property until it was moved. The house belongs to a person of interest in this case who has been looked at from the very beginning. It is possibly the owner of this house left a key out for the 2 friends of his to get in the house on their own, especially if he knew they were passing through. She let her guard down and thought these guys were nice people. They were not. MAURA was given drinks, possibly mixed with drugs, sexually assaulted and then killed because the men knew it was impossible to let her go after she had seen their faces. It seems that there were 2 guys who helped cover for their friends, at least friends at the time, who harmed MAURA. I believe all of these guys were possibly big on the skiing, snowboarding in the area. Another guy named Mike from the North Haverhill area possibly knows the owner of the house as well and is the other guy who helped cover things up. He worked with lumber and cutting trees with a close friend who may or may not have been connected. Mike drove a 95 Chevy pickup with a wooden bed, but it's possible that it's just a coincidence. The name Mike has seemed to pop up since the beginning of the case. I'm still trying to put this part together, but this person I was speaking to believes this specific Mike guy was involved. She also believes one of the guys who harmed MAURA may have been someone named James. I am wondering if there is some possible truth to the early Loon Mountain 3 rumor, if someone heard something but the truth was muddied over time. Thanks for reading, but please just take this as a theory. I am sending the key info parts given to me, not my entire theory, from this source and the locals to the Murray family. Other posts here. One of the locals, not the source, that I spoke to a while back was told to back off when they were in the area investigating this specific person of interest. Pretty much threatened to not mention this person of interest name. I actually don't believe this is Concrete Guy. I think they're talking about somebody else. I think didn't a psychic mention the name Mike and also Ben or Benton? Ben as in Benton? I don't know. Actually, Concrete Guy apparently also did live on that road, but I actually don't, for some reason, I don't think they're talking about Concrete Guy. Actually, other people talking about this are saying this is Concrete Guy. And he was friends with either a fake or real Maura Murray account on MySpace. You know what's weird, though? So there's 2 separate stories here. There's the Lime Kiln Road stories, which may or may not connect to the Mountain Lakes area with the A-frame. And then there's also How Hill Road further to the east and Benton and the 112, 116 intersection area where the Forcier sighting was, closer to that direction. So does it seem possible that both stories could be true? The Oh My Coincidence user, is he kind of pointing more into one group of people and not the Aldriches, and then the How Hill Road, possibly Concrete Guy and the Aldriches involved? I mean, how can both of these stories be rectified? Or is it theoretically possible there was more than one party, and there was one good nature party, and then it moved to a secondary location where it is not good nature? And what does Jessica C know all about this? Because how do we cover all these variables? Obviously, some of these people could be lying, yes. I mean, it's possible all of them could be lying, right? Yeah. Is it possible none of them are lying, or is it possible only some of them are lying, but does that mean any part of any story is completely untrue or completely true? It's tough. It's tough. I mean, this is not the most complex case without a reason. I mean, clearly the most coincidences out of any case ever, and it's really, really mind-shocking. It's kind of hard to see, it's kind of hard to say that this is not the most mind-shocking case ever. I'm going to read a comment. I'm not sure if this is the same user that wrote this, but it might be. This is from Repulsive Wallaby, a great poster. This is from an unnamed local speaking about other locals, including Concrete Guy. Quote, Claude Moulton for sure, and those who associated with him. There were multiple rumors. There were like the more logical ones and ones that were more about crazy and more complicated stories. The Aldrich brothers and their associates, the Bouteliers. I mean, we're going on so many hours now. This is the longest podcast in the Maura Murray series thus far. I'm trying to wrap up all the connections here. But apparently, so there's going to be a lot of crazy stuff here. But the Bouteliers also, they owned a house right in the area as well. So, yeah, a lot of connections here. But there seems to be a link between, the Moultons, the Aldrich brothers, the Bouteliers, and possibly also the G brothers. But anyway, let's continue here from this source. Williams for sure was talked about, the former police chief. A DUI that he panicked about or somehow thinking Maura Murray was his mistress and something happened. And his son or stepson who was said to have a birthday around then. Possible connections to military, but I could be misremembering. A guy who lived behind the Atwoods, I think he was actually in trouble for CSAM. The boys from the Oliveri school, they were always in trouble. Rick Forcier, after his whole story came out, he was coming home from drywalling at that time of night in February. Where was he drywalling? Did he work with a helper or solo? Did he have lights? He wasn't the only dude in construction making off-color jokes about it shortly after it happened. I heard 2 guys myself do that, and my ex came home astounded every day for a while at these kind of jokes people were telling. But honestly, friend, it seemed as though whatever corner of the North Country you were in, people had different rumors about whoever the town loser was and whoever the big drug suppliers were, rumors that they were the people involved. In Whitefield area, everyone was convinced it was a guy with the last name starting with an S. My ex's boss at the time was even talked about by some people. He owned 2 construction companies, a restaurant, and one of the biggest suppliers of cocaine in the Graverton and Bretton Woods area. And he was a lot of things, but definitely not a murderer. It seemed like nobody thought about McKay much. When Aaron's podcast came out, it was like, OMFG, finally someone is thinking about McKay. I mean, Chris King touched on it for sure, but if you have ever spoken to him about anything, you realize he is deep in his own rabbit holes. I do not think it was McKay, though, but I did look far into it because there was a time it seemed plausible to me. Over the course of some years, I lived in Lisbon, Bethlehem, Franconia, and Vermont, right across the river, but up by Stratford. I also lived near Dover for a few years, but when I lived in the North Country of New Hampshire, I knew people from as far north as Milan and Colebrook, all the way down to Bath. People from all walks of life. When I lived in Franconia, Lyco was still alive. McKay was harassing people on my road daily, and one of Lyco's close relatives rented an apartment that was in the same old farmhouse barn where I was renting. At the time of Maura's disappearance, I was living in Bethlehem, and there was a big pond that you could get to through some woods in my backyard that was rumored to be where her body was dumped. Was that ever searched? My landlord owned a house on the corner of the road you'd take to get to the UMass cabin. I looked far into Concrete Guy years ago because my ex knew local people who were talking about him. They talked about him not because they heard him say anything weird or anything like that, though. And I kept looking because he checked so many boxes for me. As a Flatlander, I would say Concrete Guy could pull off the right vibe to seem like a nice local. He was a skier. I cannot remember if he was in the National Guard after Maura Murray or before. But for me, he was a plausible suspect if a random guy offering a ride, sexual assault that ended in murder. His brother was a forest rescue guy, not sure if he still is. On another note, Tim and Kathleen and the G brothers. I heard from someone working with Helena that Kathleen had said something to the effect of, quote, MAURA had a plan and also said, I told her to go hang with Tim's cousins, end quote, around the time she was saying things about her dad maybe paying attention to her now. Tim has a connection to the G brothers. One of the G's was married to Tim Carpenter's sister, I think, ? They all lived on the same road or down the road as the Murrays for a while. The G brothers being involved is something that checks off a lot of boxes as well. And also, if Tim Carpenter also has a connection to the Aldriches, is that the connection? Is that where MAURA was going to lay low for a while if she believed that Bill Rausch or someone else was going to do something bad to her or something? And then that didn't turn out well because of the scumbags that they turned out to be? Huh. That's all really, really crazy. Really, really crazy. Let's go further into Mindshock land. Maura Murray and the West Point connections. Armadillo Flats posted this. Is it possible that MAURA had friends from West Point that this community is not aware of and that she was still in contact with them, male or female? Is it possible that one of these people is a resident of the New Hampshire area, Haverhill, New Hampshire area, or has acquaintances there, and this person is from a wealthy, powerful family, ? Pitiful History posted, Julie, to my knowledge, never said it was male or female, but I believe I just went back and looked at the TikTok. It was actually two friends, but she never gave me any clarification if it was male or female. So she was in contact with two people at West Point? Users since deleted also say that locals say that Maura Murray was going to Bath to meet somebody there. Huh. Another post by user since deleted. Some of the family work associate connections of Claude Moulton's ex-girlfriend, Gary Boutier, Claude himself, and a certain individual who actually studied at Fort Sill, Oklahoma, graduated Woodsville High, and drove a unique red pickup truck with a wooden bed. I attached a photo of the truck. So there's an individual, redacted, who studied at Fort Sill, Oklahoma, and drove a unique red truck with wooden bed. Relative worked with Concrete Guy. I don't think this is Concrete Guy they're talking about, but it's either Concrete Guy or someone associated with him. This is the final Mindshock post I'm going to go over. We've already been going for a while. I mean, we can only handle so many Mindshocks at a time. This will not be the final episode. I actually have to do at least one more because there's even more info to go over. But also by user since deleted. Supposedly this is from locals. I may be going around in circles, but there is only one person who never leaves the scene. What should we do with him? There are many questions and no answers. We can only assume what Maura Murray was thinking, planning, or doing. There have been several suspects throughout the years, some by the police, some through the media, and some in forums like this by outsiders looking in. This was posted... So this is on the Franconia forum on Topics 2011. Unless it was copy-pasted from earlier. But only one has been named by the locals to this date, and like I said, only one refused to cooperate. Well, actually, it seems like several did. He lived in the area, his friends lived in the A-frame house that has been talked about, and his father's business is not far from the accident scene either. Also, keep in mind, Maura went to West Point. This person was and is in the National Guard for New Hampshire and has done time in Iraq. Would it not make sense for her to trust someone from the military rather than the school bus driver? Could it have been a chance encounter of the two that just went wrong? These questions may never be answered, and the locals may be pointing the finger at him because they dislike him and his family. This I do not know. All I know is what I've been told, and that is what I put here. So I believe this is Repulsive Wallaby responding. There is one person I am even more curious about who is off everyone's radar. A Woodsville local went to Fort Sill the same time as Bill, graduated Woodsville in 2003, Woodsville High, and drove the exact type of pickup trucks with wooden beds. He also was a work associate of Claude Moulton and Sky Weeks. It seems he actually made wooden beds for his trucks and drove a red truck at one point, as well as for other companies and himself. Almost all of them have wooden beds matching to the type of what R.O. described. The possible Fort Sill connection is really interesting. He's owned at least 4 trucks, all with wooden beds. So here's another. This is copy pasted. I do not know if this is the original poster talking about Concrete Guy or this new POI who was at Fort Sill with Bill. Also, keep in mind the following fact: this person is on the short list of suspects. Fact: this person's father's business poured a new concrete floor in the shop shortly after MAURA's disappearance. I'm assuming they're talking about Concrete Guy here. Fact: they denied the police access to the business property and did not cooperate with law enforcement on any level at that time. I do not know if that has changed. Fact: state police wanted to x-ray the concrete floor but were denied access and told to get a search warrant. Fact: the Grafton County attorney is related to this person. Fact: my son is married to his niece. I call her ex-niece because her aunt is his ex-wife, and she believes he could have done this. Fact: his ex-wife moved here to get away from him. Fact: his son thinks he could be capable of doing something like abducting her. Fact: my sons are very good friends with his son and know him quite well. Fact: all you go on is the media reports and take them as end all be all. Another quote here: I've heard a lot of rumors, but one sticks out to me. There's a lot of abandoned wells on a lot of land out there. I've heard several times in the little general store we have in town that MAURA was taken by a local man the police have questioned several times. Is this relating to Aldrich or Boutelier? Chopped in a wood chipper and dumped in a well, maybe something the family might want to look into. I am just saying, with all the years I've lived around here, this little town never talked so much as when she disappeared, and there is a lot of old land and forgotten wells. Another post here: maybe while he's there, he can ask if anyone ever found it odd that 2 bodies were discovered in Lincoln, New Hampshire. Lincoln is on Route 112, not far from where MAURA disappeared, February 9, 2004. The 2 bodies were discovered May 1st, 2004. The woman had a neck wound, had been stabbed. She had an Oregon driver's license in her possession. She also had a passport indicating Illinois as her birthplace. Fingerprints matched MG. Believed last known place she lived was Northborough, Maine. Authorities have never had any relatives come forth as far as I've read. Relatives did claim the other body. What is going on in that area? What is the magnetic attraction? My guess is many of the bodies did not end up there voluntarily. This is pretty crazy. So supposedly the bodies were reportedly suicides, but who knows, especially with all the corruption and or incompetence going on up there. Unable Strain posted, at the very beginning, I was living in the general area, and I would not say most locals pointed their finger at the Concrete Guy. Honestly, there were a couple other locals who were talked about more than him. And depending on what part of the area you were in and who you were talking to, there were many different people talked about whose names never made it to any of these forums. People definitely did talk about him, but I would never say he was POI number 1 as far as local rumors went. However, if he happened to be driving by and offered help, I do think in that moment he could have pulled off the I'm a regular nice person vibe enough for her to accept the ride. And here's another curiosity. Let's say Concrete Guy or one of these other named people actually did give her a ride somewhere else, and there was a party somewhere else and something happened at that party without the person who gave her a ride present. If that person is part of this circle or whatever, or just never wanted to come forward for whatever reasons because they knew they would be accused, and there is some kind of local cover-up in preventing that information from being known, even if the person who picked her up is not the one who harmed her. Of course, this all hinges on the fact of whether or not she was even there. And I'm going to close this out with some enhanced images of the ATM Repulsive Wallaby also had sent me. It does appear that MAURA is kind of beat up. Obviously, whether or not that's from a car accident or not is up to speculation, because obviously we don't know. Obviously, the liquor store footage would be very, very helpful, but obviously that has not been released. So I hope everybody found another edition of the Mindshock podcast in the Maura Murray series, the longest-running series here, interesting and informative. I really was hoping to go over everything, but there's just so much here. But I'm trying to go over all of it so that all the information is out there and this keep up awareness in this case, so hopefully it'll be solved soon. Some believe law enforcement and even Julie Murray knows exactly what happened, and they're just waiting or trying to gather the necessary evidence for a successful prosecution. Make of that what you will. Obviously, all of the astute Mindshock listeners out there, especially if you're an OG listener from the beginning. I always like to hear from the original listeners from when Mindshock started. I don't know if there's too many of them around, but if you're still around, just Keep commenting. Comments always welcome. Thoughts and theories always welcome, especially from the OG listeners. So leave them in the comment section or in the chat here. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Like and share Twitter, Reddit, Facebook, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys